powerful men. Where there are powerful men in places of authority, there are going to be women who will be exploited in some nature or the other. So this is not about the film industry. In fact, I would go so far as to say the problem is less in the film industry, because this is a transparent world.
Yes.
There are no secrets in the film industry, but we get talked about more. There are any number of cases being filed in the corporate sector that we don't talk about. So let's not say, but that said, yes, I agree and I appreciate your empathy in the matter. And Section 69 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita now criminalizes kind of sexual favors that have been procured by giving some inducement of work or promotion or marriage.
I agree with you.
Right? So once the promotion have been got into it, the reason I bring this up is because, I'll be honest, going through the plaintiff's complaint, it sounds like most of the sexual encounters were consensual. However, the consent seems to have bought on the basis of false promise of work and promotion.
Yeah, so I think that's an important point there, because that's where it becomes a bit sort of convoluted, given the fact that if it's consent in exchange of false promises, and that's by powerful men, then it's a bit problematic. I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there, Kasturi, but thanks very much for your perspective. I think you've really broken it down well for us. This, of course, remains one of our big focus stories, given the fact that it's not just one industry now, but industries across South India and indeed across India that are coming out and talking about the kind of casting couch that continues to exist. And now our other big focus on NDTV. Well, it's a break of a new dawn in Jammu and Kashmir, with polls returning to the valley. Well, this is the first assembly polls in almost a decade being held in Jammu and Kashmir, and it's the first phase, 24 seats across 90 seats going to polls today, and really heartening to see all those visuals of women, men, young people coming out and casting their votes in large numbers. In fact, there were long queues early this morning in Jammu and Kashmir, whether it's in the Jammu region or the valley. But of course, the latest that is coming in is that 26.7% turnout has been recorded till 11 a.m. Remains to be seen how much turnout there's seen till 6 p.m. this evening. Of course, in the Lok Sabha polls, we saw record voting, something that we haven't seen in decades, and similar scenes at polling booths this time around as well. And what's most heartening is that in areas which were struck by terror, you have people coming out and exercising their franchise.
हम तो ये उम्मीद करेंगे कि जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस का गठबंधन है, जिसमें सीपीएम का भी एक उम्मीदवार मिलके हमारे साथ इलेक्शन लड़ रहा है, वोट जो हैं हमारे उम्मीदवार को पड़ेंगे, लेकिन फैसला तो वोटरों ने करना है। हमने अपनी तरफ से कोशिश की कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर को लेके आगे 5 साल के लिए हमारा एजेंडा है, उसको हम लोगों तक पहुंचाएं, वोटरों तक पहुंचाएं, और जहां तक हो सके हमने किया है। बाकी देखें क्या होता है।
Pulwama has been stigmatized. You know, there's a huge stereotype to the image of Pulwama from last 6-7 years, as if everybody there is an anti-national, terrorist, militant, OGW. This is an election for us to reclaim the image of Pulwama, the youth of Pulwama, the people of Pulwama, and we are optimistic, we are hopeful with the response of campaign. So we want to, we want people to come out and have a huge participation in this election and vote for peace, progress, development and dignity of Jammu and Kashmir.
ये अपील है फर्स्ट मेरी तरफ से वोटर्स से, जहां भी आज वोट डाले जा रहे हैं फर्स्ट फेज़ में, कि निकल आए, वोट अपना इस्तेमाल कर लें, वोट डालें। ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है हमारे लिए, पूरे आवाम के लिए, और इसका भरपूर इस्तेमाल किया जाना चाहिए। और दूसरी गुजारिश मेरी यही है कि अमन व अमान कायम रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है, और इसमें कौन जीते कौन हारे वो अवाम आपने ही फैसला करना है, अवाम ने फैसला करना है। तो इस वजह से अमन से कायदे के मुताबिक जो भी आपका हक बनता है उसका इस्तेमाल कर लें।
जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार जो है वो जम्मू कश्मीर में बनेगी और ये जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पीडीपी और कांग्रेस का ये जो गठबंधन की सरकार है ये ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखर जाएगी। जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता जो है वो अमन चाहती है, चैन चाहती है, सुख चैन चाहती है और यहाँ के विकास की रणनीति को अपनाएगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो है वो जीत जो है वो निश्चित है। आतंकवाद बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है और काफी हद तक आतंकवाद जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने खत्म कर दिया है, लेकिन ये नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस वाले जो हैं इन्होंने हमेशा समाज को तोड़ने की बातें की, समाज को बांटने की बातें की हैं और आगे जो है इनका पत्ता साफ होने वाला है और आतंकवाद भी वे दिए की तरह है जो बुझने से पहले फड़फड़ा रहा है और बहुत जल्द जम्मू कश्मीर आतंकवाद मुक्त होगा।
As you mentioned, in the first 2 hours, it was 11% voting. In some place, I know in first 4 hours, it has crossed 25%. It is really a celebration of democracy. Despite apple harvesting season here in Pulwama, people are actually coming out in large numbers to cast their vote. You can just see these queues, these lines tell you the story that all these people have been waiting for their turn to cast the vote, and they will decide the fate of 219 candidates. 40% of them are independents. It's not, while many people are saying, parties saying, look, it is being done, independents are being fielded to divide the vote. But let me remind everybody that in 2008, the number of independents was much higher than it is today. So this is the kind of, situation here. Large number of people coming out to vote here. Let me talk to the youth of this. Abdai, can you tell me what are the issues of this election?
इश्यूज तो सर बहुत सारे हैं, डेवलपमेंट का है, नौकरी का है और सबसे बड़ा जो है धारा 370 वो सबसे बड़ा इशू कि धारा 370 है।
But that is gone now.
सर गॉन मतलब सुप्रीम कोर्ट, अगर आप देखेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इससे पहले 3 जजमेंट्स दी है कि धारा 370 जो है ये लीगल है। अब एक जजमेंट आई है तो एक जजमेंट के भरोसे पे हम तीन जजमेंट्स को नहीं बोल सकते।
आप बताएं क्या इश्यूज हैं?
मेरे लिए जो यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ा जो इशू है वो डेवलपमेंट का है, प्रॉस्पेरिटी का है, सिक्योरिटी का है और सेफ्टी का है। वो सबसे बड़ी बात जो डिग्निटी है, कश्मीरी जो लोग हैं अपनी डिग्निटी के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं।
So you say this is a vote for dignity?
This is a vote for dignity, this is a vote for development. And अब रही बात 370 की, there is still hopes. तो होप तक भी खत्म नहीं हुए हैं, देखते हैं क्या होता है।
उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है। But the fact is that political parties have talked about, as I speak to every voter, they are saying jobs and jobs. What is the main issue? You people have been busy in apple harvesting today, but you took time out and came here and voted.
This all is because of 370 जो मैंने अभी बोला था।
ये अलग का है, where people
2014 में भी इलेक्शन हुआ, इतनी बड़ी लाइनें नहीं हुआ करती थी।
I know that this area used to be a boycott area, largely this Pulwama area, but this time no fear of violence, gun culture.
That's what I'm saying. This time people come out to their homes because of the dignity. They want prosperity, they want safety, and most importantly, they want a bright future.
लोग समझ चुके हैं कि उनका भविष्य कहाँ पे है, क्योंकि पीछे जो हुआ उसका रिजल्ट तो लोगों ने देखा।
So these people are talking about 370, which actually the regional parties, particularly the National Conference, has made it, and also PDP made it a part of their manifesto, which is the restoration of 370. BJP is asking, wo kaise hoga? It has to be done by the central government, by the parliament, and also the statehood is the central to every party's, manifesto. While BJP has not made the restoration of statehood as part of its manifesto, they have been repeatedly saying, including the Prime Minister has talked about multiple times, that after election, statehood of Jammu and Kashmir will be restored. In this election, the youth are going to play key role in this election to decide the fate of candidates, because 30% of voters are less than the age of 29 years, which means they are voting for the first time in assembly elections since the assembly elections are taking place after a gap of 10 years, and it is the first election under union territory. It is the first election after abrogation of 370. We'll have to do what people would decide, but one thing is there, it is a victory of democracy in Jammu and Kashmir, as people will decide the fate of 19 candidates in the first phase of assembly elections here.
All right, moving now to live pictures coming in from the national capital. Well, the latest BJP versus Congress flashpoint. This, of course, over Abneet Bittu's remarks on Rahul Gandhi. The Congress upping the ante. In fact, the Congress is protesting in the heart of the national capital against the BJP with placards and flags. And what I'm being told is that the Congress is trying to jump the barricades as well, moving towards the BJP headquarters in DDU Marg as well. Let me go across to my colleague Ishika now. Ishika, over to you. High drama on the streets of national capital.
Yes, certainly, Vedant, we are witnessing high drama on the streets of the national capital. We are showing you the visuals directly. You can see how these workers of the Delhi Congress are at the barricades. They are trying to jump the barricades, to go towards the BJP headquarters. But in fact, there is a scuffle right now between the security forces and, in fact, the Congress workers. Remember that this protest today is being held by the Congress party against those leaders, those BJP leaders specifically, who in fact, made comments against Rahul Gandhi. And Congress today demands an apology from the BJP and also that action should be taken against those leaders. यहाँ पर आप मौजूद हैं, आप लोग जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम जाएंगे, अपनी जान भी दे देंगे, देश के अंदर अराजकता नहीं फैलने देंगे। गलत बयानी का हम पूरा
अभद्र भाषा का जो प्रयोग करते हैं ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता, हमारे महबूब नेता जो प्रेम और मोहब्बत को बांट रहे हैं पूरे देश के अंदर, आप देखिए। लेकिन वो कांग्रेस पार्टी इस चीज को बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यालय पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं कांग्रेस के हमारे अध्यक्ष देवेंद्र यादव जी के नेतृत्व में।
अपॉलॉजी डिमांड कर रहे हैं।
मोदी जी से हमें डिमांड है कि आपके पास बैठते हैं, आपके साथ बैठते हैं, विपक्ष के बड़े नेता हैं, तो ऐसे लोगों पर कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए मोदी जी को, जो विपक्ष में बैठे हुए हैं, आपके बराबर ही में बैठे।
जब तक कार्रवाई नहीं होगी तब तक प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा।
जी बिल्कुल जारी रहेगा। आज देवेंद्र यादव जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरीके से दिल्ली कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता आज राहुल गांधी जी के खिलाफ जो अभद्र टिप्पणी भाजपा नेता कर रहे हैं, वो उनकी बौखलाहट को दर्शाता है। जिस तरीके से राहुल गांधी जी की लोकप्रियता बढ़ी है, उस लोकप्रियता के बढ़ती लोकप्रियता इनको बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रही है।
So certainly, Vedant, if you look even at the placards that they have brought here, I'd like to show you here the placards that they have brought. Narendra Modi, होश में आओ, ओछे बयानों पे रोक लगा। So certainly demanding, action to be taken against those leaders who made these remarks against Rahul Gandhi. And certainly dramatic visuals that we are showing you right now from the streets of the national capital. These workers, they are trying to, climb the barricades to go towards the BJP headquarters, but they have been stopped right here by the security forces. There was a heavy deployment of the police forces right here. You can see the scuffle between the Congress workers, the protesters, and in fact, the security forces is currently going on here. And the Congress here says that till the action is taken against all of these leaders and apology is given, they are not going to stop with their protest against the BJP. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much for joining us for the latest. There's high drama on the streets of the national capital as the Congress ups the ante against BJP over Avneet Bittu's objectionable remarks on Rahul Gandhi. So, of course, pretty strong protests there. And this, of course, after Avneet Bittu made that strong comment on Rahul Gandhi. In fact, Rahul Gandhi had made certain remarks in the US that really, in a sense, set the cat among the pigeons and had not gone down too well with the BJP here. And we had seen protests in the past as well. But certainly dramatic scenes unfolding here in the national capital. Meanwhile, the other big headline, well, there's big buzz over Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation, and this has been, there have been reports of Udhayanidhi Stalin being, taking over as the Deputy Chief Minister, though, of course, he had said that it is the decision of the government, the decision of the Chief Minister, but now again, that sort of buzz, in a sense, resurfacing with Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation now almost seeming imminent, though there hasn't been any official announcement yet from the DMK. Let me go across to our senior colleague Sam Daniel joining us live. So Sam, sir, what are you hearing? A lot of buzz over Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation. Nothing official as of now, but Udhayanidhi Stalin in the past has, in a sense, rubbished these reports. He had said that it's ultimately the Chief Minister's decision. But why there is this buzz yet again over his possible elevation to the post of the Deputy Chief Minister?
Well, Vedant, on this question of possible elevation of Udhayanidhi Stalin as Deputy Chief Minister, MK Stalin, in the last 3 weeks, he had said in a very tacit way that there could be a change in portfolios or a cabinet reshuffle before leaving for the US, and on his return again he had tacitly said there could be a cabinet reshuffle, and that had strengthened the speculation that it could be the elevation of Udhayanidhi Stalin as well. As we speak now from the DMK headquarters, MK Stalin is in a consultation with many of his senior cabinet colleagues at the headquarters here, and indications are that there could be a formal announcement on Udhayanidhi's elevation, and perhaps a change in a few other portfolios, also a change in a few other ministers. Some may be dropped, a few names could be included, and that could officially come only when the governor, who is right now out of station for a convocation, returns to Chennai early this evening. And in terms of Udhayanidhi, technically doesn't require a fresh swearing in, as deputy chief ministership is not a constitutional position, but still we understand there could be a few more heavier portfolios added to him, and that would require a formal notification by the governor, which can come only after he returns in the evening. And Udhayanidhi's political background, he is an actor turned politician. He's a first-time MLA. After a year of MK Stalin's government in Tamil Nadu, he was elevated, or he was appointed as the sports minister. During his tenure as sports minister, he conducted the chess Olympiad in Chennai, the Asian hockey tournament, and also the more recent Formula 4 car racing. And that, his party functionaries say, is a showcase of his caliber, his potential. And he is the grandson of Karunanidhi. And this announcement today becomes very significant because the party had celebrated its 75th anniversary yesterday, and this was expected after that. And who are the names who could be dropped? That's something we'll have to wait and watch. Udhayanidhi's elevation is important for another reason as well, because in the 2026 elections in Tamil Nadu, actor, politician Vijay is all set to make his electoral debut. And it's to counter the popularity of Vijay as an actor. The DMK is now in need of a young face. And Udhayanidhi, having been a star himself, an actor himself in the past, the party hopes he'll be able to garner more youngsters into the party's fold. Already he heads the party's youth wing, and in that sense, the party hopes he'll be able to really help the party in countering Vijay's inroads. But over the last 4 years, he has been actively campaigning. He was the lead campaigner in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, which the party swept. He was also a lead campaigner in the 2021 assembly elections and in the most recent Lok Sabha polls, which the party swept. But certainly this would also trigger criticism of family politics, dynastic politics in the DMK. It was Karunanidhi first, his son Stalin next, and now the party is getting ready to welcome another family member of the Karunanidhi family. But the DMK argues that it's not that he is being parachuted. He has come the hard way, that he has been democratically elected as an MLA, and now it's the Chief Minister's prerogative to appoint a person of his choice as his deputy. But there are others who say that, well, you're doing the wrong thing in a democratic way. Is it morally right to keep power within a family? That's what many others would argue. But in the party, there is overwhelming support for Udhayanidhi's elevation, because over the last couple of decades, the party has been having the Karunanidhi family as its fulcrum and revolving around it. And recently he was also elevated as the secretary of the youth wing. And in that sense, he has the huge support of the younger cadre in the party. And it's only time now he will be elevated as the face of as the deputy chief minister. Would he be the face of the 2026 elections? That's something we'll have to wait and watch. But already the AIADMK has responded to the speculation that Udhayanidhi is all set to be made the deputy chief minister, saying that this would be the beginning of the end of the DMK in Tamil Nadu. That's what a spokesperson of the AIADMK has said amid the speculation that he could be elevated. Vedant.
That's right, Samson. As you mentioned also, this comes right ahead of the polls in 2026. But also, as you said, this would give, in a sense, both the BJP as well as the DMK, an opportunity to corner the DMK. As we had seen, the AIADMK had also hit out at the DMK, saying that, first you had MK Stalin say that it will never be possible that, Udhayanidhi will take over as the deputy chief minister. And now, of course, the AIADMK will, of course, get fresh fresh ground to target the DMK because the BJP, of course, had also hit out over this kind of nepotism and dynasty politics within the DMK.
Absolutely. If this becomes official, this would certainly give fodder for the opposition, Vedant, to raise the issue of family politics, dynastic politics in the DMK. Already the AIADMK has responded, and certainly the BJP, which is trying to expand its footprint in Tamil Nadu, where at the moment it has a very negligible presence, will also take it as a political issue to take on the ruling DMK here. But one argument the DMK always puts forward is it's all done in a very democratic way. Be it MK Stalin, be it Udhayanidhi Stalin, they've been elected by the people on the ground. And then the elected members of the party are voting. In the case of MK Stalin, he was made the chief minister, he was duly elected as the chief minister. And even in this process, they say the chief minister has his prerogative to choose anyone who he wants to be his deputy, and in this case, Udhayanidhi Stalin is already an MLA. But yes, this would also open questions whether the party is promoting dynastic, whether the party is grooming Udhayanidhi without giving a fair chance for other able leaders within the party, other younger faces, to be able to come to such positions of power in the party. But over the years, be it the DMK or the AIADMK, they've been set for this kind of a culture to look at their leaders as beyond any question, and in that sense, not many will formally come forward to oppose.
All right, Santa, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. Of course, this comes right after Udhayanidhi Stalin, in fact, had made headlines over his controversial Sanatan Dharma remarks as well, something over which both the BJP as well as the AIADMK had hit out over the Dravidian party. And moving now to live pictures coming in from the national capital. High drama on the streets of Delhi. The Congress and the BJP in a standoff over Rahul Gandhi's remarks and also Ravneet Bittu's remarks. Now look at those dramatic visuals coming in of perhaps an effigy being burnt as well on the streets of the national capital. These are Congress workers who are marching towards the BJP's main headquarters at the DDO Marg in the heart of the national capital. They tried to jump over the barricades as well, and extremely dramatic there. Perhaps they were burning posters and effigies there, and this was after Ravneet Bittu's remarks on Rahul Gandhi as well. Many have said that those were extremely objectionable remarks, and also in the larger controversy over what Rahul Gandhi said in the US that hadn't really gone down well with the BJP here and many of the other organizations as well. In fact, many representatives of the Sikh community had also, in a sense, condemned Rahul Gandhi's remarks in the US. But extremely dramatic there. Congress workers, also youth Congress workers, trying to jump the barricades. There you can see how they tried to, in a sense, jump those barricades, and this long scuffle between the police as well as the workers there. And this is right in front of the BJP's headquarters in the DDU Marg here in the national capital. Extremely dramatic there, and we saw all those posters and placards that were being held by the Congress workers there as well. There's heavy security deployment, as you can see in those pictures as well. CRPF Jawans being deployed, top officials of the police, of course, at the spot as well. We've seen many protests outside the BJP headquarters, but not a one like this, particularly in the past couple of years at least. Let me go across live to my colleague Ishika. Ishika, these are extremely dramatic visuals coming in. Perhaps they're burning an effigy there as well as they try to climb the, jump over the barricades as well.
Well, Vedant, just a moment ago, the Congress workers who were trying to climb the barricades, they were detained. You can see just right now the protest is now over. All of these Congress workers that were in fact trying to climb the barricades, they in fact have been detained by the police. There was a huge, massive deployment of the security forces here, and Congress in fact today held this protest saying that, those remarks, those leaders, BJP leaders who made these remarks against Rahul Gandhi, action should be taken against them and then apologies should be issued. And unless that happens, they will continue to hold protests like these on the streets of the national capital. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, and also, break it down for us. What exactly is this flashpoint between the Congress and the BJP? Of course, what Rahul Gandhi said in the US, that didn't go down too well with the BJP. But Ravneet Bittu's remarks also sparked a huge outrage within the Congress particularly.
Well, yes, in fact, if you remember that after the statement that came from the Rahul Gandhi while he was in the US, talking about the religious freedom, talking about how, it is not sure whether or not will Sikhs actually get, that freedom to wear their kara and go to their gurudwara. So over that, there was a massive outrage here in the national capital as well and across the country. We saw how the Delhi BJP Sikh unit, in fact, held a massive protest as well. And there, one of the leaders there, Marwa, in fact, he had made this comment against Rahul Gandhi, a very derogatory remark against Rahul Gandhi and also about his grandmother. And after that, today, in fact, over that, in fact, Congress has also lodged a complaint against him. Now, apart from him, another leader, another BJP leader and also a minister in the government, Ravneet Singh Bittu, in fact, also, he had compared Rahul Gandhi to a terrorist. Over that as well, today the Congress demands apology from the BJP and also says, in fact, that this is the same Ravneet Singh Bittu, in fact, who was given numerous opportunities by Rahul Gandhi. And today, as soon as he went to the BJP, he made such a remark, such a derogatory remark, in fact, comparing him to a terrorist. That certainly is, it is not acceptable, and thus they need an apology, and also that action should be taken against these leaders by the BJP leadership. In fact, let me tell you that today morning, the Congress leader Ajay Makhan has already, in fact, went to the police station and lodged a complaint against these two leaders and also another leader, a Shiv Sena leader of the Shinde faction who made a similar remark against Rahul Gandhi. And they, are now demanding that action should be taken on all of these three leaders that have made, these comments against Rahul Gandhi. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. As Ishika is reporting, a huge BJP-Congress standoff on the streets of the national capital. Effigies being burnt, posters, placards being held by Congress workers there who are trying to jump those barricades as well. They've now been detained, is what the latest is. And with that, we'll slip into a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. you can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new...
Welcome back. The latest from poll-bound Haryana. It's a battle of manifestos. The Congress and the BJP are likely to release their manifestos today. It's going to be BJP President JP Nadda who's expected to launch the BJP's manifesto in Haryana. And for the Congress, it's going to be former Chief Minister Bhupender Singh Hooda. Of course, Haryana is a crucial state where you have had the BJP facing huge rebellion and internal dissent in the party in the past couple of weeks. But the Congress as well hasn't really had a very easy road, with seat-sharing troubles with the Aam Aadmi Party as well. But now, of course, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party going it alone. The BJP and the Congress will be releasing its manifesto today. For both the parties, the focus, of course, will be on farmers, women, the youth and the poor. In fact, the Congress is also expected to mention the old pension scheme in its manifesto. My colleague Gurpreet has more details.
Well, if we can talk about the Congress, we have seen the Congress is trying to encash the anti-incumbency against the government. Whether it's the unemployment, that is one of the main political issue in the state of Haryana. At the same time, law and order, they are also putting a lot of question mark. Somewhere down the lane, the government is not able to control law and order situation on the ground. At the same time, we have seen the farmers issue. They are also trying to encash all the farmer issues so that they will be able to woo the farmers and special section of the society. So as of now, what we can understand, the Congress is trying to concentrate on three aspects in the manifesto. One is very clear. They are trying to give assurance to the youth that they are going to create employment generation in Haryana when they come into power. At the same time, they are also giving a lot of assurance for the farmer issues, whether it's MSP or something else, because we have seen one side, the Haryana government has been claiming they had already given MSP to all the crops. Now they are trying to counter this MSP which has been given by the state government, and they are trying to bring new policy in this manifesto so that they will be able to allure a section of the farmers. At the same time, law and order, that is one of the major concern in the state of Haryana. One side we have seen the Haryana government, they are also trying to put all these things before the public, saying they were able to keep the the law and order intact, but somewhere down the lane, it seems the Congress is trying to make it a big political issue so that every section should be affected with this law and order situation. At the same time, one more point which we have learned from the sources also, that wrestlers issue. We have seen Vinesh Fogart, she has already joined the Congress and she is one of the candidates from the Congress party. She is contesting from Julana. Now they are also trying to encash these cards also in this manifesto. So let's wait for the manifesto when they are going to release it. After that, there will be more clarity, but education, health, that is the main priority of the Congress, so that they will be able to bank on all the anti-incumbency which they have realized during the campaign, and they have contacted a lot of people in the various constituencies, so that they will be able to give a balanced manifesto, and all the sections of the society, they will be able to find out some solution of their problem in this manifesto. So let's wait, because once they are going to make announcement, after that the things will be more clear that what type of manifesto they are bringing for the people of Haryana. Back to studio.
And moving now to news from Bihar. Well, in the alleged land for jobs scam, now Lalu Prasad Yadav and his entire family, in fact, has been summoned by the Delhi court. In fact, for the first time, Lalu Prasad Yadav's younger son, Tej Pratap, has also been summoned in the alleged land for jobs scam. The hearing will take place on October the 7th. My colleague Prabhakar with the latest.
See, this land for scam, this land for job scam actually continues to haunt the Lalu family, and we have seen Lalu was sent behind bar in this particular case. He was put in Ranchi's Hotwar jail, and he has served his sentence and is out on bail. Remember, this land for job scam happened when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister, and there were allegations against him that he gave out the railway jobs to people who actually gave their ancestral land to him and to his family members. So that is what this entire scam is all about. Now, Lalu Prasad Yadav is out on bail. In this particular scam, Tejasvi Yadav is also accused, but for the first time we are seeing Tej Pratap Yadav also being summoned by the court. So it's a trouble mounting for the Lalu family, especially in context to Bihar, and especially the elections which would happen the next year. So 2025 is the year when Bihar would go for polls, and before the state goes for poll, if the main opposition party leaders are actually summoned by court, and if they are actually booked under this particular scam, then it would mean greater trouble for RJD, the political party which is the main opposition out here. This scam is being investigated not only by CBI, but the ED is also into it, and they have been investigating the money part of it. But the CBI is the main investigating authority as far as this particular scam is concerned.
And moving now to the other big headline from the national capital. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party in a churn. This is Arvind Kejriwal has stepped down as the chief minister. And well, as per the party sources, in fact, now officially, Arvind Kejriwal is set to give up all his privileges as the chief minister. He's also set to vacate his official residence at the civil lines here in the national capital. And what the Aam Aadmi Party says is that the chief minister is now going to live among the people. This is now the chief minister designate of the national capital, Atishi, is set to take over, and of course she could shift to the chief minister's residence as well. The BJP has slammed Arvind Kejriwal. The BJP has in fact tried to corner the Aam Aadmi Party over the Sheesh Mahal Rao yet again. Take a look.
आज जब उन पर कोई बाध्यता नहीं है तब रिजाइन दिया है। जेल में जाने के बाद तो एक तरीके से आप कह सकते थे कि वो जेल में है, एक बाध्यता बन रही है। तो देखो, हम जेल में इसलिए रिजाइन नहीं किए क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी जी यही चाहते थे कि जेल में जाए, जेल में इनसे इस्तीफा ले, सरकार को तोड़ दे, सरकार को गिरा दे, दिल्ली की जनता को सफर करे। आज जब हम बाहर आ गए, हमें कोई बाध्यता नहीं है रिजाइन करने की, तो मॉरल ग्राउंड पे आज की रेजिग्नेशन है। और ये कहना कि कल कर देते, परसों कर देते, ये हमारी मर्जी है, हम तय करेंगे।
अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब, 9.5 साल तो आपने उस आलीशान बंगले के मजे ले लिए। जब लोगों ने सवाल उठाया कि आपने कोरोना के टाइम पर इतना भव्य शीश महल बना लिया और उसके आप मजे ले रहे हो, आप तो कहते थे कि हम गाड़ी बंगला नहीं लेंगे। आज जब हिंदुस्तान और दिल्ली की जनता सवाल पूछ रही है, तो आज ये जो झूठा मेकओवर करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, उन लोगों के गले नहीं उतर रही है और लोग इसको पचा नहीं पा रहे, लोग सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। वो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री होने वाले हैं, एक विधायक रह जाएंगे सिर्फ, और विधायक को इतना बड़ा सरकारी बंगला नहीं मिलता है, इसलिए उनको करना ही पड़ेगा, खाली करना ही पड़ेगा।
And now the big international headline, well, the Lebanon pager explosion that has left 9 people dead. In fact, over 3,000 people have been injured in this absolutely unprecedented escalation. Various Hezbollah camps were targeted as well. Iran says that it was Israel which actually planted explosives as far as those pagers were concerned. The Hezbollah has, of course, also vowed retaliation. So a major escalation there as far as the entire crisis in West Asia is concerned. This has really sent shockwaves because this is unheard of in the history of modern warfare. Take a look.
I support Israel's ability to defend itself, and I support the need for Palestinians to have dignity, self-determination, and security.
We are gathering information on this incident. I can tell you that the U.S. was not involved in it. The U.S. was not aware of this incident in advance, and at this point we're gathering information.
Yeah, certainly a very unprecedented one in the modern warfare. If you see the recent history since the creation of Israel, and it can only be compared to what we saw in the Six-Day War back in 1967, a kind of preemptive strike, which we call in the terms of warfare. And back in 67, Israel had launched an aerial strike, destroying all the aircraft of Syria and Egypt in 1967 in a preemptive strike. And compared to that, this is much more sophisticated, where you don't have to deploy your men on the ground to get this damage done or inflict this damage on Hezbollah. But what is more concerning or interesting is that how Israel has managed to plant those explosive devices on the pager. And what we are being told from multiple sources is that in the recent past, in the recent months, basically, Hezbollah had received a consignment of 5,000 such pagers, and before that consignment could be handed over to Hezbollah, perhaps in between, before it was handed over, Israel managed to breach that consignment, plant the explosive device, and then through some technical advancements or engaging some technical expertise, they managed to trigger a blast simultaneously at one go on multiple pagers. Now what it has done is that certainly it has exposed all those people who were using those pagers. It gives Israel a vital information of the people who are involved with Hezbollah, who are working with Hezbollah on ground, and also very surprisingly, Iran's ambassador to Lebanon is also injured. So perhaps he was also using the pager, or he was close to a person who was using that pager, which is generally used by Hezbollah. And also how Israel has done it, it's certainly unprecedented, but it has also sent out a message that how compromised the axis of resistance is when it comes to communication channels. Because we saw what happened with Ismail Haniyeh in July. He was in Iran. Reports suggest that perhaps his WhatsApp was compromised or was being under surveillance by the Israel, and they killed him there. And then this particular attack in Lebanon.
And finally, well, despite their rivalry, two cricketing legends, Gambhir and Virat Kohli, sat down for a rare interview, a rare one-on-one. This as now the Team India head coach, Gambhir, had a chat with Virat Kohli. Take a look.
Well, Virat Kohli showing his class.
It's a good shot over extra cover. 50 for Kohli-Gambhir, and it's a very well-paced innings this under pressure. India lift the World Cup after 28 years. The party begins in Mumbai.
I remember when you had that bumper series in Australia where you scored heaps and heaps of runs, and that got you in that zone. And for me, it was exactly the same when I played in Napier. And if I look back, can I bat for another 2.5 days? I don't think so. I could have ever done that again. And I have never been in that zone ever in my life after that. So I can imagine how good that feeling is to be in that zone. And I'm sure you must have experienced it many more times as compared to what I have.
But when you're batting and you have a bit of a chat with the opposition, did you ever feel like this might carry on to you going out of the zone and you potentially getting out, or it put you in a more motivated space?
You've had more alterations than I have.
I have.
I think you can answer that question better than I can.
नहीं, मैं तो ये ढूंढ रहा हूँ कि मेरी बात से agree कर जाए. मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा कि गलत है. मैं कोई तो बोले हाँ यही होता है. So here we are. We've come a long way, and putting an end to all the masala
That's a good one. That's a good start to the conversation.
and all the spice.
So rare camaraderie there. With that, we'll slip it to a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
And finally, the Ganpati Visarjan festivities have come to an end. Mumbaikars have bid their farewell to their favourite deity.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its
Big political buzz over Stalin Jr. Udhayanidhi. Sources tell NDTV Udhayanidhi Stalin is said to be elevated to the post of the Deputy Chief Minister. The Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and top ministers meet at headquarters of the DMK amid the political buzz. High drama on the streets of the national capital. The Congress protests against the BJP-Congress workers dump the barricades and burn effigies on the streets of the national capital. The protest over the BJP leader's terrorist remark against Rahul Gandhi. The Me Too movement spreading its tentacles to Telangana. The Telugu film body removes noted choreographer after sexual assault charges against choreographer Jani Master. Battle for 24 seats in Jammu and Kashmir. The first assembly election in J&K in a decade. Over 20% voting in J&K till 11 a.m. The Maha seat sharing tug of war. The MVA huddle ahead of the Maharashtra polls. The meet to discuss the Mumbai seats in the upcoming polls. It's a battle for Haryana between the BJP and the Congress. Both parties set to release their manifestos today. The Lebanon pager explosions. 9 people have died and over 3,000 injured. Military outfit Hezbollah camps targeted in Lebanon. Meanwhile, Iran says it's Israel which planted explosives in nearly 5,000 pagers. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedanta Agarwal. Let's cut across live to where India's head coach Kohli-Gambhir is currently addressing a press conference.
More chance to play test in India?
Look, I think that is up to ICC to decide. We are absolutely keen and whoever wants to come in and play against us. But ultimately that whoever wants to come and play in India, we're most welcome. And hopefully we can in future can see Bangladesh coming to India and playing more test matches. As you just mentioned that you guys have only played 3 test matches, but now it is not up to BCCI, it's up to the ICC.
Coach, hi. This is Mohammad Jubair. Just wanted to know Bangladesh's chance in this series, in your point of view, and especially the new pace bowling attacks is forming in Bangladesh.
Look, I've been a very big believer that we fear no one, but we respect everyone. And we don't take any opposition lightly. That is what international cricket is all about. We respect Bangladesh and we will always respect any opposition. But yes, we're going to go out there and play the brand of cricket what we want to play. And we'll try and give, I think that's not right to say that 100%. I think we're going to try and give everything possible on the cricket field because that is what champion sides do. They don't look at the opposition. They try and control the game. They try and play the way they want to play the game. And as I just said again, I think we respect Bangladesh as the opposition. We respect Bangladesh as a team, and that will always stay.
Coach, this is Rupok from Bangladesh. How do you rate this Bangladesh test team? Because just 2 weeks before they beat Pakistan in Pakistan very easily twice. So do you think this team is a very balanced Bangladesh team, like a senior campaigner like Saqib and Mushfiq is here, like a couple of new guns is here?
Look, I congratulate Bangladesh for what they've done against Pakistan. But then it's a new start, it's a new series, it's a new opposition as well. And the important thing is that, as I just mentioned, yes, Bangladesh is a quality side. And like any other international side, to be honest, I think it's not only every international side that becomes a test-playing nation is a quality side. You don't get a test status unless you are not a quality side. But the important thing is that we want to turn out tomorrow and play our best cricket possible. And that is all that matters. Yes, Bangladesh has got some really quality cricket. Shakib has got the experience. Mushfiq has got the experience. You've got a very good bowling attack as well. Mehendi is there as well. So we know that there is talent in Bangladesh. But the important thing is that we need to be switched on from ball one. And that is what the expectations from all of us are in that dressing room.
Gautam, maybe it's a bit unfair to single out an individual in a team sport. But do you agree that Bumrah is the most valuable player in this team?
Good you have asked me this question. And it has not happened many times in India where we started talking about the bowler now. I think it has always been about batters, batters and batters. India at one stage was a batting obsessed nation. And you got to give credit to Bumrah, Shami, Siraj, Ashwin, Jadeja, that now they're turning this intention into a bowling obsessed, not the bowling obsessed nation that we started talking about the bowlers. Yes, Jasprit Bumrah is the best fast bowler in the world in all the 3 formats. And it's just his performance, it's just his hunger as well. And the best part is that he wants to play as much Test cricket as he can. And there is no doubt, I think what he's done in T20 format in West Indies to what he can do in red ball cricket, again, what he did against England. So I feel that, yes, it is actually not even a luxury. I think it's really an honor that we've got someone like Jasprit Bumrah playing for us and sitting in that dressing room who can make a change, who can make a difference at any stage of the game. So yes, hopefully he can do the same in this series and going forward as well.
We don't have a fast bowling all-round at the moment. Hardik Pandya is not the scheme of red ball cricket. And Jadeja chose aging. Are you keen to, just taking over the job, are you keen to develop a fast bowler from the under-19 level all-rounder, bowling all-rounder?
See, first of all, international cricket is not about developing players. It's the first-class cricket that is there to develop players. International cricket is all about people coming in and delivering. So we can't be thinking that if there is no one, we can't just be thinking, we've been talking about it since Kapil Dev's time, that we don't have a fast bowling all-rounder. If we don't have it, we don't have it. If we have it, I think he's going to get developed in first-class cricket. We've got a really strong first-class structure, and hopefully we can get someone really soon. But if we can get someone really soon, great for India.
All right, so that crucial press conference there as the India versus Bangladesh Test series begins tomorrow. Moving now to the big political headline, there's political buzz over Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation in the Tamil Nadu cabinet. And this, of course, as the party celebrates its 75th anniversary. There were some key statements, key announcements that were made by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. And now this big buzz over Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation as the Deputy Chief Minister, something that both father and son, including Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, has in a sense rubbished. In the past as well, we've seen Udhayanidhi Stalin's stand on this. Udhayanidhi Stalin has said that this is the government's call, this is the Chief Minister's call, and there is no truth to the reports. Let me go across to my colleague Sam Daniel joining us. In fact, before that, let's listen in to what an AIADMK leader had to say on this.
The elevation of Prince Udhayanidhi as Deputy Chief Minister signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu going forward. The upcoming Assembly 2026, DMK is all set to split into different factions with couple of seniors going to revolt against these decisions. This is a clear example of dynasty rule in the name of democracy. Father, son, grandson and great-grandson clearly expose how big a liar M.K. Stalin is. Prior to the elections, in a TV show, he said neither his son-in-law nor his son will venture into politics. Now his son been given a ticket as MLA, made as a minister, now been elevated as a DCM, and all the plans to show him as the face of 2026 CM candidate for DMK clearly signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu.
All right, so Sam said Prince Udhayanidhi is how the AIADMK is describing Udhayanidhi Stalin. So the political jibes, the political barbs have already begun, even though an official announcement has not been made by the DMK. But interesting there because he was in the news for his Sanatan Dharma remark and there was a huge controversy over that. But now his elevation almost seems imminent.
No official word either from the party or from the government yet, but there is a strong speculation, Vedant, that the announcement could come today. The governor is out of station. If Chief Minister M.K. Stalin wants to change his portfolio as well, then it has to be routed through the governor, and the governor would announce that change in portfolios, and also adding that he would be now the Deputy Chief Minister. He is now attending a convocation at Nagapattinam, expected around 3 o'clock, and if at all any formal announcement, it would come around that time. Normally, Chief Ministers do not make these announcements themselves. And the buzzers, Udhayanidhi, the party needs Udhayanidhi in a second-in-command position because in the 2026 Assembly elections in Tamil Nadu, the ruling DMK will have a new opponent in actor Vijay, who has launched his political party and has announced that he would make his debut in the electoral politics ahead of the elections. So the party, through Udhayanidhi, saying that he'll be able to garner the support of the youngsters in Tamil Nadu, the first-time voters. And over the last 3 elections, Udhayanidhi has been playing a key role, be it the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, which the party had swept except for one seat, or the 2021 assembly elections, or the more recent 2024 Lok Sabha elections, which the party had swept in alliance with the Congress and other parties. In all these, Udhayanidhi had played a very key role, and it's only proper, they say, his contribution to the party is recognized in the form of an elevation. And he's a first-time MLA, first made a minister a year ago, and now he's being, the buzz is he could be the next Deputy Chief Minister. As a sports minister, the party highlights that he was the one who conducted the chess Olympiad in Chennai at a very short notice, and city was also...
All right, so Sam Daniel reporting there on the strong political buzz over Udhayanidhi Stalin's possible elevation as a Deputy Chief Minister. Though, as Sam is pointing out, no official word from the government or the party, but the political jibes have already begun with the AIA-DMK as well as the BJP hitting out of the DMK over politics of dynasty and nepotism within the party. Moving now to high political drama on the streets of the national capital. The Congress upping the ante against the BJP. In fact, there were dramatic Congress protests outside the BJP headquarters, though the Congress protesters couldn't reach the BJP headquarters at the DDU mark given the fact that there were barricades. They tried to jump the barricades as well. There was a clash with the police, a huge standoff on the streets of the national capital. The police, I believe, had to have, detained some people there as well. The effigies were burnt there at the Congress protest site as well. Heavy police deployment as we speak. But let me go across to my colleague Ishika joining us from outside the BJP headquarters, I believe. So Ishika, dramatic standoff there between the protesters and the police. Some of them were detained, I believe, as well.
Well, Vedant, as you rightly mentioned, we did see that today, in fact, the Congress, in fact, held protest against the BJP. First, it was the Delhi Congress that held this protest against the BJP. Their workers tried to climb the barricades to go towards the BJP office, but they were stopped then and there because of the huge deployment of the security personnel there. Now, this protest was also, in fact, over the remarks that were made by BJP leaders against Rahul Gandhi. And in fact, not just the Delhi Congress, but shortly after, we saw that even the Indian Youth Congress held a massive protest against the BJP, and they're very dramatic visuals that we saw from that protest. The effigies were burnt from that protest, and here the Congress today demands an apology from the BJP over these remarks that were made against Rahul Gandhi. And they also say that not just the apology, action should also be taken against all of these leaders who made such kind of comments against Rahul Gandhi. And also they say that until and unless that is done, they will not stop with their protest. So certainly the political drama on the streets of the national capitals is only set to intensify in the coming days as well, because Congress says that they are not going to stop here until and unless the apology is given by the BJP. Over to you.
That's right, Ishika. In fact, this also comes right ahead of the crucial Delhi polls, which is why we're seeing from the streets of the national capital to, of course, party offices, to the chief minister's residence, a lot of action, parallel developments here in the national capital as Delhi is gearing up for the crucial assembly polls. Moving now to the other big headline, well, the Mollywood Me Too movement is now spreading its tentacles to other industries down south. In fact, now the Telugu film body, the Telugu Chambers, in fact, has now suspended a prominent choreographer in the Telugu film industry. Jani Master, a well-known choreographer, has been sacked from the film chamber. This as there were sexual assault allegations against him as well. It was a female choreographer, in fact, who had leveled serious allegations of sexual assault against the actor. Take a look. All right, I'm being told my colleague Uma Sudhir is now joining us live. Uma, over to you.
So this complaint from this choreographer came a little while ago. In fact, it came as in some other form is what we are being told. It was some other seniors in the industry were alerted to this young choreographer not being able to get work, that even though she had paid up the money of about 6.5 lakh rupees to be part of the union of choreographers, she was not being given support by the union, and that's what had first come to light. And subsequently, when some seniors inquired, that is when they realized that there's a sordid story of harassment, abuse of this girl over several years. And what we understand from the FIR that we had reported about a couple of days ago is that this young choreographer was working as an assistant director with Jani Master, who is a very well-known choreographer. To his credit, several big films, Ala Vaikuntapuramulu and also Pushpa and several others. He's worked with all the top stars, I must say, of this generation as a successful choreographer. And against him, she has put these allegations saying that since 2019, when she joined him, there have been repeated instances of sexual abuse and harassment as well. Subsequently, the Telugu Film Chambers of Commerce has in fact a panel, sexual harassment addressing panel, and that panel, redressal panel, and they had in fact spoken to the girl. They have taken a statement from the girl as well as from Jani Master, and the inquiry is still going on. They've come out with an interim report, but they are going to be coming out with a final report soon enough. And what they have also said is that since this girl is now only about 21, 22, and she is alleging harassment about 5 years ago when she would have actually been a minor, and therefore the POCSO sections would be followed, and therefore in this case they had asked her to go to the police and file an FIR. So today the police is expected to take a statement from this girl about what had transpired and in what ways she had been harassed by this Jani Master. The development also is that the Union of Choreographers, they have been asked to keep the post of president that Jani Master was occupying, that in abeyance, pending this probe that is happening by both the sexual harassment redressal panel as well as the police FIR that's been filed in this particular case. Even as this is happening, one more complaint has come up from an actress, Poonam Kaur, who has in fact said that the Movie Artists Association, which is called MA, if they had taken a complaint against her, she would have not faced the harassment. And she has named again another top director and script writer in the Tollywood industry, and she has said that her complaint has not been heard, and now the sexual harassment redressal panel is asking for her to give a written complaint detailing what the allegations that she is making against this director, and also trying to see whether it falls within the ambit of the workplace sexual harassment as understood under POSH and the law which enables internal committees to operate. So what is clear is that there is no internal committee, no LC that is existing, and they want a structured kind of a way in which these complaints can be addressed, and that's the reason why we understand the chairperson of this sexual harassment redressal committee, the person who's heading in fact the probe committee in the case of the young choreographer as well, she had also along with certain other colleagues met with the Director General of Women's Safety in Hyderabad and tried to see what kind of structures they can put in place in order to take this forward, and also asking for a committee report that was earlier mentioned and submitted to the earlier government of the BRS government, asking that to be made public as well.
Kasturi, thanks very much for being with us. My first question to you, it's a similar pattern, something that we saw in the Kerala film industry as well, that these men with assault charges, these extremely powerful men, they occupy top positions in these film bodies, and that makes the entire redressal process almost a sham.
Yes, it's kind of like a scene out of Andhadhun, where you go to the police station and the perpetrator is the inspector himself. It's almost a theater of the absurd. But I think the question is in reverse, because only if you're in a place of power can you actually go forth and use that power, abuse that power to exploit people. If you were not in a position of power, if you were an upcoming dance choreographer yourself, who's going to even subject themselves to your advances? Who's going to even tolerate that? This, I'm not saying, and before an thorough investigation is completed, it is not fair for to label somebody, then it would be a witch hunt. But that said, at least in the choreographer's case, the girl, she's actually well known. We, out of decency, are not talking about her name here, but everybody knows. In the Telugu industry, the media is completely open about her name, what she's done. Her YouTube videos are being shared now, and they're viral. So everybody knows that this was a long-standing. I think this is somebody who won a dance competition, was offered the job of assistant to Johnny Master. She worked with him for almost 2 years. She
But of course,
worked
we are
in
not revealing anything about her identity, given the fact that she may have been a minor, when the charges came to that, and there's a POSO act against.
Not a minor.
Yes.
I don't think she was a minor at the time the first encounter may have taken place. I do believe that she won her dance competition and joined his services as a major only, but that is
Besides the
irrelevant.
point, yes.
Anybody in a sexual assault case, you cannot be talking about the alleged victim's identity.
Yes, absolutely.
And here's the thing. Till last year, the IPC did not have any section that would deal with the casting couch problem, or rather corporate or sexual harassment and assault in the workplace, anywhere, corporate or movies or wherever. But the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita has introduced a section 69.
And well, let's now get you all the latest action from Jammu and Kashmir, the break of a new dawn in the valley. And well, it's phase 1 of the crucial Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. 24 out of the 90 seats are going to polls today. Of course, it's a crucial phase given the fact that you have heavyweights in the fray, including Iltija Mufti, Member Mufti's daughter as well. It's a survival battle for some of the regional parties, including, of course, the PDP and the National Conference. The National Conference fighting the elections in alliance with the Congress party. But today really is about a celebration of democracy. Look at those heartening visuals coming in from Jammu and Kashmir of long queues outside polling booths. In fact, these are areas which were once struck by terror. Militancy remains a real challenge, a very big issue as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, but still women, men and young people coming out in large numbers to cast their ballot, and this is of course the first assembly elections in the past 1 decade.
हम तो ये उम्मीद करेंगे कि जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस का गठबंधन है, जिसमें सीपीएम का भी एक उम्मीदवार मिलके हमारे साथ इलेक्शन लड़ रहा है, वोट जो हैं हमारे उम्मीदवार को पड़ेंगे, लेकिन फैसला तो वोटरों ने करना है। हमने अपनी तरफ से कोशिश की कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर को लेके आगे 5 साल के लिए हमारा एजेंडा है, उसको हम लोगों तक पहुंचाएं, वोटरों तक पहुंचाएं, और जहां तक हो सके हमने किया है। बाकी देखें क्या होता है।
Pulwama has been stigmatized. You know, there's a huge stereotype to the image of Pulwama from last 6-7 years, as if everybody there is an anti-national, terrorist, militant, OGW. This is an election for us to reclaim the image of Pulwama, the youth of Pulwama, the people of Pulwama, and we are optimistic, we are hopeful with the response of campaign. So we want to, we want people to come out and have a huge participation in this election and vote for peace, progress, development and dignity of Jammu and Kashmir.
यही अपील है फर्स्ट मेरी तरफ से वोटर्स से, जहां भी आज वोट डाले जा रहे हैं फर्स्ट फेज में, कि निकल आए, वोट अपना इस्तेमाल कर लें, वोट डालें। ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है हमारे लिए, पूरे आवाम के लिए, और इसका भरपूर इस्तेमाल किया जाना चाहिए। और दूसरी गुजारिश मेरी यही है कि अमन व अमान कायम रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है, और इसमें कौन जीते कौन हारे वो अवाम आपने ही फैसला करना है, अवाम ने फैसला करना है। तो इस वजह से अमन से कायदे के मुताबिक जो भी आपका हक बनता है उसका इस्तेमाल कर लें।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार जो है वो जम्मू कश्मीर में बनेगी और ये जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पीडीपी और कांग्रेस का ये जो गठबंधन की सरकार है ये ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखर जाएगी। जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता जो है वो अमन चाहती है, चैन चाहती है, सुख चैन चाहती है और यहाँ के विकास की रणनीति को अपनाएगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो है वो जीत जो है वो निश्चित है। आतंकवाद बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है और काफी हद तक आतंकवाद जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने खत्म कर दिया है, लेकिन ये नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस वाले जो हैं इन्होंने हमेशा समाज को तोड़ने की बातें की, समाज को बांटने की बातें की हैं और आगे जो है इनका पत्ता साफ होने वाला है और आतंकवाद भी वे दिए की तरह है जो बुझने से पहले फड़फड़ा रहा है और बहुत जल्द जम्मू कश्मीर आतंकवाद मुक्त होगा।
And let me go across to my senior colleague Nazir Masoodi, now joining us from Kulgam. He was earlier reporting from Pulwama. So, Nazir sir, Kulgam, of course, has really been the epicenter of terror, as you were reporting from Pulwama as well. But when we speak of Kulgam, this is, of course, one of the lone communist citadels or communist strongholds in Kashmir as well. But how is that playing out? Do you see long queues here in Kulgam as well?
Well, right now I am in a place called Damhal Hanjipura, DH-Pura, which is another assembly constituency in Kulgam district. And here, you can't see right now queues behind me, lines of voters behind me, because people have taken a lunch break. But before the lunch, they go for the lunch, large number of people have already voted. For example, in this polling booth, you don't see lines, but already 61% people have already cast their vote. Out of 645 votes in this polling booth, already 400 people voters have already cast their vote. That shows the kind of enthusiasm. It's a lunch break right now, and then people will come back again to cast their vote. This also shows in most of the polling booths here. Since morning there have been long queues, and people have been waiting. Why shouldn't there be an enthusiasm when you have a assembly election taking place after a gap of 10 years? And this is the first assembly election after abrogation of Article 370, stripping Jammu and Kashmir of its statehood. Now people clearly saying, when we spoke to him since morning, they want to make a statement and they want to shape their future with this vote which they have given, voted today. As we are in Kulgam district, in this district here, in this particular constituency, DH-Pura, it is Sakina Yutu of National Conference. It has been her stronghold, and she is a great survivor when it comes to fighting militancy for and defending democracy. She has survived almost a woman politician, more than a dozen militant attacks. Her father was also killed in militant attack. So, and on the other side, you see in Kulgam, you have a communist leader who is fighting against now Jamaat Islami candidate who is saying if they lose, it would be a defeat of Islam. So people are rejecting that thing. They say, no, it's an election between two parties or between two candidates. Let me talk to one voter. आपका नाम क्या है?
सर नाजिम मोहम्मद डार।
नाजिम, आपके क्या है आपकी उम्र?
सर 23 है सर।
23, इसका मतलब है ये आपका पहला वोट है आपकी जिंदगी में असेंबली इलेक्शन।
जी सर, जी सर।
क्योंकि पहला वोट जब हुआ था असेंबली इलेक्शन तब आप सिर्फ 13 साल के ही थे।
जी सर, जी सर।
तो क्या है मुद्दे आपके लिए?
सर बस यही मुद्दे हैं कि इधर अच्छी कोई पॉलिटिक्स आनी चाहिए जो गरीबों को भी देखे और हमारा भी ध्यान रखे सर।
क्या ध्यान, आपकी क्या जरूरत है जो चाहते हैं आपकी सरकार आपकी पूरी करे?
बस सर यही जो आजकल जो हो रहा है सर, यही रोकने के लिए सर। मिलिटेंसी, क्योंकि FIR भी दे रहे हैं सर ऊपर, तो वही रोकने के लिए हम सर कोई अच्छा सा लीडर चुन रहे हैं सर, क्योंकि कोई अच्छी सी हो जाए वो।
जी जी जी। So security of the people, that is, the people wherever I spoke, they are talking about peace, they are talking about end of harassment, they are talking about jobs, they are talking about health facilities. Of course, there are people who are also talking about 370. They are also talking about restoration of statehood, which has become central to every party, all parties, manifesto and the political slogans. Prime Minister himself, when he was here, promised restoration of statehood. So other BJP leaders, even as BJP has not kept it in their manifesto. Other parties like National Conference, PDP, Congress, all have promised that they will ensure restoration of the statehood at the earliest. So besides this, I'll give some details about this today's Polling is taking place in 24 constituencies. There are 219 candidates. 40% of them are independent. So it's not the first time when you have such a large number of independents. Even it was in 2008, much higher than this number.
Right.
So it is one election which we see being happening out without shadow of militancy, gun culture, or boycott calls by the separatists.
I think that's a really important point you're making there, Nazir. So thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So, of course, while militancy, terrorism, statehood certainly are at the center of the poll discourse, for the common people, it's really basic issues like employment, roads, hospitals that matter at the end of the day. But moving now to the other election-bound state, well, it's certainly an election year in Maharashtra, though, of course, dates have not been announced yet. Maharashtra elections could be held later this year. But both the camps, the Mahavikas Aghadi as well as the Mahayuti, are now battling the seat-sharing challenge. Well, as far as the MVA is concerned, there's a crucial meeting today, and the focus is very much on Mumbai seats, because they've really been a point of contention as far as the Shinde Sena and the NCP of Sharad Pawar, I beg your pardon, Uddhav Sena and the NCP of Sharad Pawar is concerned. So the Mumbai seat differences would be ironed out in this crucial meeting today. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy with the latest.
Discussions, deliberations happening as far as both Mahayuti and MVA are concerned. Today, MVA is planning a meeting. It's going to be a 3-day meet, and Sanjay Raut of Sena confirming that there will be a finality as far as seats are concerned. We know for a fact that Congress is vying for maximum seats. Congress wants about 135 seats simply because it did play a big brother in the Lok Sabha elections. It had won maximum seats. If you look at the entire MVA equations, of course, MVA itself put a stellar performance. 30 out of 48 seats is what it won. So Congress wanting close to 135 seats. Sena also looking at similar number of seats, and NCP about 80 to 100 seats. How they will come to a consensus, that remains to be seen. Focus for the next couple of days will be on Mumbai seats. There are 36 assembly seats in Mumbai. Sena wanting the maximum number of seats. Sena has asked for 20 seats. Congress looking at similar numbers, but there's going to be disputes and bickering over seats for sure. But will it be sorted soon? That's the big question. And there is also contention, bone of contention as far as chief ministerial pace is concerned. We are hearing that there is disagreement over it, but Uddhav Thackeray is saying that he's not interested in the post and he will be willing to back whichever candidate his alliance partners consider.
From Maharashtra to poll-bound Haryana, well, it's the BJP versus the Congress, as both the parties are now set to release their manifestos for the poll-bound state. And for both the parties, it's 4 constituencies that are going to be key: women, poor, youth and the farmers. And this is certainly going to be center stage as far as the manifesto launch is concerned as well. JP Nadda, the BJP chief, is expected to launch the manifesto for the BJP in Haryana, and for the Congress, it's going to be former Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda. The Congress is also expected to bring up the old pension scheme as far as the manifesto is concerned. And with that, we'll step into a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge.
All right, breaking news coming in. Well, Udhayanidhi Stalin has now broken his silence on the entire political buzz over his elevation. He has said that only the Chief Minister will decide whether I will be elevated as a Deputy Chief Minister or not. He's also said that some leaders have expressed their desire, but it's only the Chief Minister who will take the final decision. Let's listen into what he had to say.
பெரியாரை பற்றி பாடுகள் சமுதாயத்துக்கு தேவையான பாடல்கள்லாம் பாடிட்டாங்க. நிகழ்ச்சி மிக சிறப்பாக நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது.
All right, let me go across live to my colleague Sam Daniel. So, Sam, Udhayanidhi Stalin, in a sense, reiterating something that he has said in the past as well, that it's only the Chief Minister who will decide whether he will be elevated as a Deputy Chief Minister. But interesting that he has pointed out that some leaders have expressed their desire, for him to be the Deputy Chief Minister.
Well, call it coincidental or orchestrated, Vedant. In the 75th year celebrations, one key leader, Palani Manikam, had urged M.K. Stalin to actually elevate Udhayanidhi Stalin as Deputy Chief Minister. And over the last few months, many members and leaders from the youth wing which Udhayanidhi Stalin heads also had expressed their desire in several forms, urging the party chief and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister to elevate him. And the buzz is, I mean, no official word yet in any way, either from the party or from the government. But sources in the party say at the moment the governor, Ravi, is at Nagapattinam for a convocation. He's expected back in Chennai only around 3 or 4 o'clock this evening. Around that time, there could be a formal communication from the Raj Bhavan giving indications of a change in portfolio. The buzzers, Udhayanidhi, if elevated, could get new meaty portfolios with him, along with the change in designation that he would be called the Deputy Chief Minister as well. So if this is to be believed, the official announcement could come around 4 o'clock. And whether there will be any other reshuffle in terms of senior leaders paving way for more younger faces, that's something we'll have to wait and watch. Udhayanidhi Stalin himself is a first-time MLA who was a year ago made into a minister, a sports minister, and he heads the party's youth wing as well. Politically, his elevation is significant because the DMK is gearing up to face the challenge possibly from actor Vijay, who has announced his political plunge and his intention to contest in elections in the 2026 assembly elections. By elevating Udhayanidhi, the party hopes they'll be fully prepared, geared up to draw younger voters, particularly who are the key vote bank for actor Vijay. In terms of his performance, in terms of his potential, his supporters in the party say, as sports minister, he had successfully conducted the chess Olympiad in Chennai at a very short notice. He had also brought the recent Formula 4 championship to Chennai. Besides these two, he conducted the beach volleyball games in Chennai and also the Asian hockey tournament in Chennai. That, they say, speaks about his caliber. In terms of his achievement in the party, they point out that both in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections as well as the recent 2024 elections, which the ruling DMK swept both times, he had played a very key role in terms of campaigning extensively. And in that way, he is an asset to the party, they say. But certainly, his elevation would also draw criticism from the opposition, from other parties, because they would accuse him of, accuse the party of promoting dynastic politics in a democratic way. It was Karnataka earlier, Stalin next, and now Udhayanidhi being groomed to be perhaps the party chief later. But the DMK argues that he has been democratically elected through proper elections by the people, and now it's the prerogative of the chief minister to appoint anyone as his deputy. There is no question of dynasty or family politics, but the big question, of course, is whether opportunity is being denied for other potential leaders within the DMK. Nobody is coming on record to protest this, but there would be voices certainly whether this kind of a move will narrow down the choice, will also deny the opportunity of the potential of other young leaders in the party itself.
So that's an interesting point you're making, Sam, because while, of course, the AIADMK and the BJP have already begun sort of cornering the DMK over what they call nepotism or politics of dynasty within the DMK, what are you hearing? Is there some possibility of an internal dissent as well over Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation as the Deputy Chief Minister? Though, of course, now these are all speculations. There's been no official announcement. But is there some sort of revolt within the DMK as well?
Unlikely, Vedant, because be it the DMK, be it the AIADMK, there is a culture set in that they go strictly by the decision of the leadership. They are very loyal, and revolting openly will not work in these parties because that will also in a way scuttle their prospects of coming up, getting to leadership roles within the party. Many years ago, Vaiko, who was earlier with the DMK, had tried challenging MK Stalin's elevation. He could not really sustain in terms of becoming a potential or a strong leader. He is now, in a sense, helplessly aligned with the DMK after many years. So in that way, nobody would on record protest within the DMK because that will completely scuttle any of their opportunities to come up in the party. But there will be certainly some sense of dissatisfaction could emerge at some point in time. But the main opposition or criticism would come from other parties, including the AIADMK, the key opposition, and the BJP, which is trying to expand its footprint in the Dravidian heartland.
All right, Sam Daniel, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there and breaking this very crucial story. An official announcement is expected today, but interesting political posturing there by Udhayanidhi Stalin, who says that, well, it's only the Chief Minister's prerogative to decide who his deputy will be. Moving now to news from Karnataka. Well, there's a huge political row over the Wakf amendment bill, and this is the Karnataka government has now registered an FIR over an SDPI leader over his allegedly provocative remarks over the Wakf amendment bill. Remember, we have seen in the past as well that Wakf really is an extremely sensitive issue when it comes to Karnataka particularly, and the government has set the record straight in saying that we will not allow anyone to make objectionable remarks as far as this amendment bill is concerned.
ನೀವಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗುರುವಾದಂತಹ ನಾಗ್ಪುರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸಾವರ್ಕರಿನ ಸಂತತಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರನ್ನ ವಫ್ನ ಆಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಈ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು RSSಗೆ ನೀಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
13ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಂದು ಕಾಟಿಗೆಯ STP ಸಂಘಟನೆಯವರು ಕನಕದಾಸ ವೃತ್ತದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಚೋದನಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಶಾಂತಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ, ದೇಶ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂತತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಈ ಜಿಹಾದಿ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಈ ಜಿಹಾದಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂತತಿಯನ್ನು ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯವರು ಸೇರಿ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ಮೂಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
RSS ಅವರು ಇರಲಿ, SDP ಅವರು ಇರಲಿ, ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಇರಲಿ, ಪ್ರಚೋದನಕಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವುದನ್ನೂ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ FIR ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಬೇಕಾದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಳಗಾಗ.
Moving now to the big international headline. Well, the Lebanon pager explosions, which has left 9 people dead and over 3,000 people injured. Certainly an unheard of escalation there as far as Middle East is concerned. This as West Asia remains on the precipice. Now remember, several Hezbollah camps were targeted, and Iran has said that it's Israel which had actually planted those explosives inside those pagers. In fact, Hezbollah has warned of retaliation as well. Truly a significant escalation there, and this move unheard of in modern warfare history.
I support Israel's ability to defend itself. And I support the need for Palestinians to have dignity, self-determination, and security.
We are gathering information on this incident. I can tell you that the U.S. was not involved in it. The U.S. was not aware of this incident in advance, and at this point we're gathering information.
Moving now to the other big business headline. Well, SpiceJet has really made some shocking revelations in its statement to the stock exchange. In fact, it's talked about how several disputed dues were not paid by the SpiceJet airline. This, of course, as a financial crisis continue to spiral for the airline. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj decodes it for us.
SpiceJet has unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crores. This as per a latest disclosure on the stock exchange on BSE. Now, these dues have not been paid. Dues are, of course, these are dues that have not been paid and disputed dues at large since the assessment year 2010. SpiceJet in the release says that, look, unpaid dues are due to constrained financial position, and they really are facing a constrained financial position, and therefore this is what the dues look like. And the disclosure also says that, look, 36 of 58 aircraft have been grounded, primarily due to alleged default. Revelations are part of SpiceJet's preliminary placement document. Remember, SpiceJet plans to raise up to 3,000 crores via qualified institutional placement process, and SpiceJet's operational fleet drastically decreased really from 74 aircraft in 2019 to just 28 in 2024. So this really a sign of troubled times. While NDTV has reached out to SpiceJet for a comment, a clarification, we are yet to hear from them. But the fact that this disclosure is coming in at a time when already the airline is witnessing a drastic reduction in its fleet size is really call for troubled times.
And moving now to our special report from Meghalaya. Well, football that has really been a key sport in the northeast is healing wounds of militancy in Shillong as well. And my colleague Osama Shah reports on how the Durand Cup has really transformed lives of sportsmen.
Shillong, the Scotland of the East, where the beautiful game is capturing hearts and inspiring dreams. The Durand Cup, Asia's oldest football tournament, arrived in Meghalaya. And with it, a new era of football excitement. The local team, Shillong Lajong, taking on the ISL's Northeast United FC. This after the underdogs beat the giants of the game East Bengal in their previous encounter. The Durand Cup has brought top teams and talents to Shillong, thrilling fans and showcasing the city's passion for football.
Shillong and the state as a whole are football lovers, and we are so thrilled to have had the support of the entire state. All the football fans, they have come out in huge numbers.
The people of Shillong are actually very lucky this time around, because the semi-finals being played here in Shillong. This is completely, electrifying atmosphere.
We as a state are very proud that we could host this Durand Cup, and the government support for this Durand Cup. And as we can see, not only the government support, but the entire public support that we've received for this Durand Cup is truly amazing.
Grassroots growth is something that is at the heart of the state government. Meghalaya Deputy Chief Minister Preston Tinsong and Dr. Vijay Kumar, Commissioner and Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, lay out the plan for the growth of football in Meghalaya, which will later spread its wings across the other northeastern states as well.
Last year, the last financial year, we have a Football Mission 1. And again, this current financial year, we having Football Mission 2, where again, through this mission, I've seen the youth, both male and female, the response is too good. The local club, and then even the association, and up to the state level, they are so excited. And through this mission, so many things are being provided in the form of assistance.
This includes from planning to set up a top-class football academy to opening new stadiums across the state. To sending an athlete to the Olympic Games. The mission is to establish Meghalaya as the next big hotspot in India's sporting landscape. The emphasis is also on building an ecosystem that is inclusive in nature.
When you talk of ecosystem, the ecosystem encompasses a whole bunch of things, right? So you need the infrastructure, you need the coaches, you need the right financial support instruments, you need the competitive venues, you need to also bring international exposure. So basically the state government over the last few years has been doing all these things in a systematic way. So that's the level of infrastructure. Just you look at that, it's so inspiring that people think of that we can compete at a very high standard.
The Meghalaya government's big push for promoting sports has also blossomed into an elite program in which 11 athletes have been selected from a pool of 50,000 young talents. and they now train under Australian Olympian and former triple jumper Ian Campbell.
In athletics, for example, we are, we have tied up with Ian Campbell, the Australian Olympian, right? So he's training our youngsters. So we are picking up young kids at the age of 8 to 16, and we are trying to, groom them. So these are all the things that are happening, and of course, giving some financial grants to various people, all the people who have to go and compete in. So I think this whole system has been streamlined. So today, I think what we see is the results that we see, or the enthusiasm that we see, is the result of all that.
For an entire region that has seen militancy and insurgency since 1954, football as a sport has been a candle of hope, helping heal the wounds of many.
Football is in the fabric of the Northeast. It is not just a sport here, but it is also a part of the culture. It gives an escape to the youngsters. It gives them an opportunity to not just make a career out of this, but also to earn a living. It gives them hope that things are brighter on the other side.
We would like to create a permanent infrastructure for the benefit of our youth and to tap the potentiality that we have. And I'm very sure within few years from now, you'll see a lot of change, a lot of transformation happen in the state of Meghalaya. We need to really, have enough exposures, not only in India, even outside India. That is the intention, and that is the dream of the government.
The Durand Cup in Shillong is more than just a tournament. It's a catalyst for growth, inspiration, and a love for football that will last a lifetime. Meghalaya is kicking its way to the top, and the world is taking note. In Shillong, Osama Shah for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics.
Big political buzz over Udhayanidhi Stalin. Will he be the new Deputy Chief Minister in Tamil Nadu? Udhayanidhi says only Chief Minister will decide on my elevation. Is there going to be another sunrise in Tamil Nadu? Me Too movement in Telangana film industry now. Telugu film body removes noted choreographer. Sexual assault complaint against Johnny Master. First phase of polling underway in Jammu and Kashmir. Battle for 24 seats in J&K. Voter turnout till 1 p.m. at an encouraging 41%. In the battle for Haryana, BJP and Congress all set to release their manifestos, promises galore as elections are around the corner in the state. Shocking revelation on SpiceJet, unpaid and disputed dues of nearly 800 crores. SpiceJet says witnessing financial constraints. Hello and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. It's the battle of the manifestos today in poll-bound Haryana, where the Congress and the BJP are all set to release their manifestos. The BJP and the Congress, in fact, is expected to release their, the letters of promise, the booklet of promises today. BJP and Congress are confident as far as these elections are concerned. The BJP claims that it is going to make a hat-trick in Haryana. Meanwhile, the Congress is banking on the 10 years of anti-incumbency and says, we are ready to sweep the polls. JP Nadda, the BJP president, is expected to release the BJP manifesto at 4 p.m. Guarantees for Haryana to be released in presence of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge at 2 p.m. at the AICC, that's All India Congress headquarters, in fact, in the national capital. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet Sheena, who's joining us with more details on this. Gurpreet, what are you expecting in the manifestos, guarantees from the Congress party already doing the rounds? What is the BJP's counter to that?
Well, if we can talk about the Congress, what we have learned, their political strategy is very clear. They are trying to encash the anti-incumbency of the government. We have seen the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, he has been talking about the various policies and various decisions which they are going to take if the government is coming to power. Whether it's freebies for the electricity, 300 units have already been decided to given in the manifesto once the Congress government is coming into power. At the same time, OPS scheme, old pension scheme, that is the top priority of Congress. We have seen in Himachal Pradesh, that was one of the main reasons why in Himachal Congress was able to come back into power when they had given this OPS guarantee. That is also mentioned in this manifesto. At the same time, unemployment, that is one of the major political issue at this point of time, and we have seen the multiple time the Congress party has been raising this issue at the various platforms when they are campaigning in the various pockets of Haryana, and now they have also decided to generate this employment in the state. So these are the basic things which Congress is highlighting from all the angles so that they will be able to touch all the section. And one more thing, MSP. We have seen Punjab and Haryana, they are the epicenter for this farmer protest, and now they are trying to woo the farmer by giving this MSP guarantee to all the farmers. If the Congress is coming back into power, they will definitely provide this MSP to all the farmers. So somewhere down the lane, it seems this Congress party is trying to encash all the anti-incumbency of the government so that they will be able to provide all these facilities and guarantees to the people of Haryana. They will be trusting the Congress manifesto, and after that they will be able to retain power within the state. And if we can talk about the BJP manifesto, we have seen they had already claimed 500 rupees they are providing cylinder to the Haryana people. So these are some of the policies which they had already claiming they had implemented on the ground. And for the development issue, we have seen multiple times whether the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, or the former Chief Minister of Haryana, ML Khattar, they had already said multiple type of development has been done, and they are saying Gurugram is a model town of the development which they are showing at this point of time. And we have seen on employment multiple times they are saying they had given a multiple level employment, and it's only propaganda which the Congress was trying to generate among the people.
Right.
So let's see how and whether the people of Haryana, they are going to trust the manifesto of the Congress or BJP. That will be clear once the result will be out, and let's see whose political strategy will be worked to woo the voters of various sections of the society. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with all those details. Moving on to Jammu and Kashmir, where the first phase of polling has begun. Jammu and Kashmir is seeing political action after a decade, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is after the abrogation of Article 370. The battle for Jammu and Kashmir underway at this moment on 24 important political constituencies, largely in South Kashmir. Now, 41% is the voting percentage which has been recorded till 1 p.m. That's a very encouraging voting percentage. The phase one of the polling is at this moment is in places like Kulgam, Pulwama. Polling is amid the rise in the terror attacks, and remember there are 2 more phases to go, and the results will be declared on 8th of October. All right, my colleague Tanusha caught up with some Kashmiri voters in the national capital. Listen.
You just cast your vote. What were the facilities like inside? What is the polling arrangement like inside? Is this the first time that, polling booth has been set up like this in Delhi?
No, it is a fantastic. I can say the Election Commission have done a commendable job. I should appreciate this, and it is a privilege to Kashmiri Pandits that we have been provided the 4 polling booths. But having said that, we have the numbers in less, but they are irrespective of that, we have the technicalities, flaws created by the successive regimes earlier, M-Farm. That should be eradicated. That should not be. If you have the epic number, you just show your identity and cast your vote by the voter list. That is not the procedure here. Otherwise, the system is very good.
What is the pulse here of, the voting? How was the process inside?
It was very smooth, and being the first time voter, especially for Kashmir, we all were very excited. And for three of us, it was the first time. I think our mom, she has voted earlier as well. But for us, it was nostalgia, a moment of pride as well, you know, to be giving that vote, the right that we have. So yes, obviously we were excited. The process is very smooth. People are very helpful. The officials there are very helpful. So we just went there and casted our vote. So yeah.
और आपने पहली बार जम्मू कश्मीर इलेक्शंस के लिए दिल्ली से वोट दिया?
यस, फर्स्ट टाइम. ये बहुत अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी है हर किसी के लिए. लाइक हमारे पास कोई रीज़न नहीं है वोट ना देने का. वो हमारी प्लेस पे आके हमें हेल्प कर रहे हैं वोट देने के लिए. मैं सबको अर्ज करूँगी जो भी है, एवरीबडी शुड गो एंड कास्ट देयर वोट्स. हमारे ऑफिस की तरफ से भी काफ़ी स्मूथनेस है. यू कैन गो एंड वोटिंग के लिए कभी मना नहीं है, तो सब लोगों को जाना चाहिए. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much. So these were some young women voters, and they said that they are first time voters in the Jammu Kashmir elections. This is historic elections also because it's happening after so many years, and what the voters at this point are articulating is that they're definitely very excited and looking forward to someone who can reclaim Jammu and Kashmir in a way in which they can also go back to Jammu Kashmir and live in the place where they were born. With camera person Kamal Khan, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Shifting focus from Jammu and Kashmir to Tamil Nadu, where a big political buzz is whether there is going to be another sunrise in the state over Udhayanidhi Stalin. Now, son of the chief minister, also minister in the government, is he going to be elevated to the deputy chief minister's post? Now, this is going to be a big elevation for MK Stalin's son. And if he's made the deputy chief minister, very clearly establishing the entire succession as far as the DMK is concerned.
முதலமைச்சர் முடிவெடுப்பாருங்க, நீங்கள் முடிவெடுக்காதீங்க. தொண்டர்கள் விருப்பத்தை தெரிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. நேற்று பழிமணிக்கம் அவர்கள் அது விருப்பத்தை தெரிவித்தாங்க. எதாக இருந்தாலும் என்றைக்குமே எல்லா அமைச்சர்களுமே முதலமைச்சருக்கு துணையாக தான் இருப்போம். இது முழுக்க முழுக்க முதலமைச்சருடைய தனிப்பட்ட முடிவு.
The elevation of Prince Udhayanidhi as Deputy Chief Minister signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu going forward. The upcoming Assembly 2026, DMK is all set to split into different factions with couple of seniors going to revolt against these decisions. This is a clear example of dynasty rule in the name of democracy. Father, son, grandson and great-grandson clearly expose how big a liar MK Stalin is. Prior to the elections, in a TV show, he said neither his son-in-law nor his son will venture into politics. Now his son been given a ticket as MLA, made as a minister, now been elevated as a DCM, and all the plans to show him as the face of 2026 CM candidate for DMK clearly signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu.
Sam Daniel, my colleague, now joins us with more details at this moment. Sam, not only does it clearly establishes the succession line as far as DMK is concerned, but once again will open the DMK to the dynasty attacks from the opposition.
Absolutely. If it's official, soon after the announcement, there would be definitely formal responses coming from the opposition, particularly the key opposition, AIADMK, which has already responded to this speculation, Ankit. Besides that, you can also expect the BJP, which has a negligible presence in Tamil Nadu, but trying to expand its footprint, responding to that. But from the DMK side, no formal word yet on this, but the buzz is that right now the Tamil Nadu governor, R.N. Ravi, is outstationed for a convocation, and the formal announcement from the Raj Bhavan could come after he returns around 4 o'clock this evening. Normally, there will be, the buzz is there could be a change in portfolio. A few meaty portfolios could be assigned to Udhayanidhi Stalin, for which you need the governor's approval as well. So if everything goes well, the announcement could come around 4 o'clock. The other big question is also whether any other reshuffle in the cabinet in terms of senior leaders being dropped from the cabinet and then giving way for any new, fresh, younger faces. But from the DMK side, the argument is that the 2026 elections is going to be difficult for the party because already popular star Vijay has announced his electoral debut ahead of the elections, and this way the DMK is preparing itself to counter the inroads possibly that could be made by Active Vijay. Secondly, they justify this kind of an elevation for Udhayanidhi Stalin, saying that he had played a key role in the party's consecutive electoral victories in Tamil Nadu, be it the 2019 Lok Sabha elections in which the party had won all but one seat in Tamil Nadu, be it the 2021 assembly elections which the DMK won and formed the government, or the more recent 2024 Lok Sabha elections in which the party had swept the polls, winning all seats in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. And his role, they say, is very crucial, and this is nothing but recognizing his contribution to the party. But others would argue that this is nothing but family politics, dynastic politics. It was Karnataka first, then MK Stalin, who took over the reins of the party and became the chief minister. And now the stage is set to elevate Udhayanidhi Stalin to be the deputy chief minister now, and perhaps lead him at an appropriate time to take over the party as well. That's the opposition's criticism. And they say in the name of democracy, dynastic politics is being promoted. But the DMK leaders argue that Udhayanidhi Stalin, to begin with, is a democratically elected MLA, and it's certainly the prerogative of the chief minister to appoint any of the MLAs as his deputy. So there's nothing illegal about this. But to a specific question whether this would promote family politics, whether this would deny an eligible other potential candidates within the party to reach that level of position in the party, in the government, for that, at the moment, they don't have any clear answer. But they say it's ultimately the prerogative of the chief minister, and there's nothing illegal about an MLA, a minister, being elevated as the deputy chief minister.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details at this moment, Sam. Let's shift focus to Karnataka, where a big remark by the Karnataka Chief Minister alleging conspiracy. In fact, Karnataka Chief Minister hints at traitors within the party who are working against him. Karnataka CM's comments came at a rally in Kalburgi, where Siddaramaiah compared himself to Karnataka freedom fighter. Amid the Muda scam, Karnataka CM hints that there are people within the party who are creating trouble for him.
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಯಣ್ಣ ಹಿಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಚಳ್ಳೆ ಹಣ್ಣು ತಿನ್ನಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ ಸಂಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಯಣ್ಣ. ಸಿಂಹ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ. ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮವರು ಸಂಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಯಣ್ಣನನ್ನ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮನೆ ಮುರುಕರು ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ
Now, there is a Me Too storm after Kerala, Karnataka, which is sweeping the southern film industry and has reached Telangana, Telugu film industry as well. Choreographer Johnny Master faces heat in Telangana. Film Chambers has removed him from the chamber. In fact, the film chamber removed a choreographer after charges of sexual assault. Female choreographer had filed a complaint in Telangana film chamber, and after that, this action has been taken. To address this, a committee has also been formed.
Thanks very much for being with us. My first question to you, it's a similar pattern, something that we saw in the Kerala film industry as well, that these men with assault charges, these extremely powerful men, they occupy top positions in these film bodies, and that makes the entire redressal process almost a sham.
Yes, it's kind of like a scene out of Andhadhun, where you go to the police station and the perpetrator is the inspector himself. It's almost a theater of the absurd. But I think the question is in reverse, because only if you're in a place of power can you actually go forth and use that power, abuse that power to exploit people. If you were not in a position of power, if you were an upcoming dance choreographer yourself, who's going to even subject themselves to your advances? Who's going to even tolerate that? This, I'm not saying, and before thorough investigation is completed, it is not fair for to label somebody, then it would be a witch hunt. But that said, at least in the choreographer's case, the girl, she's actually well known. We, out of decency, are not talking about her name here, but everybody knows. In the Telugu industry, the media is completely open about her name, what she's done. Her YouTube videos are being shared now, and they're viral. So everybody knows that this was a long-standing. I think this is somebody who won a dance competition, was offered the job of assistant to Johnny Master. She worked with him for almost 2 years.
But of course, we are not revealing anything about her identity, given the fact that she may have been a minor, when the charges came to that, and there's a POSO act against.
Not a minor.
Yes.
I don't think she was a minor at the time the first encounter may have taken place. I do believe that she won her dance competition and joined his services as a major only, but that is
besides
irrelevant.
the point, yes.
Anybody in a sexual assault case, you cannot be talking about the alleged victim's identity.
Now, turbulence for SpiceJet, in fact, where shocking revelations have come out. Unpaid and disputed dues of nearly 800 crores. SpiceJet on these allegations have said that they're witnessing constrained and financial position at this moment is tricky. In fact, SpiceJet has said that unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crores and 36 of the 64 aircrafts have been grounded primarily due to the alleged default. Dues have not been paid since the assessment year 2010. Unpaid dues are because of the financial situation that SpiceJet faces at this moment. These revelations are part of SpiceJet's primary placement document. SpiceJet plans to raise up to 3,000 crore rupees via qualified institution placement process. SpiceJet operational fleet drastically decreased from 74 aircrafts in 2019 to just 28 in 2024.
SpiceJet has unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crores. This as per a latest disclosure on the stock exchange on BSE. Now, these dues have not been paid. Dues are, of course, these are dues that have not been paid and disputed dues at large since the assessment year 2010. SpiceJet in the release says that, look, unpaid dues are due to constrained financial position, and they really are facing a constrained financial position, and therefore this is what the dues look like. And the disclosure also says that, look, 36 of 58 aircraft have been grounded, primarily due to alleged default. Revelations are part of SpiceJet's preliminary placement document, remember. SpiceJet plans to raise up to 3,000 crores via qualified institutional placement process, and SpiceJet's operational fleet drastically decreased really from 74 aircraft in 2019 to just 28 in 2024. So this really a sign of troubled times. While NDTV has reached out to SpiceJet for a comment, a clarification, we are yet to hear from them. But the fact that this disclosure is coming in at a time when already the airline is witnessing a drastic reduction in its fleet size is really call for troubled times.
All right, let's just get you some news from the world of cricket. Despite their, very visible rivalry, Virat Kohli and now Team India coach Gautam Gambhir sat down for a rare interview, a conversation between them. Team India head coach Gautam Gambhir in his freewheeling chat with Virat Kohli. The two legends of cricket, in fact, sat down for this chat. The BCCI said that releasing this never seen before freewheeling chat between the duo.
Virat Kohli showing his class.
That's a good shot over extra cover. 50 for Gautam Gambhir, and it's a very well-paced innings this under pressure. India lift the World Cup after 28 years. The party begins in Mumbai.
I remember when you had that bumper series in Australia where you scored heaps and heaps of runs, and that got you in that zone. Yeah. And for me, it was exactly the same when I played in Napier. And if I look back, can I bat for another 2.5 days? I don't think so. I could have ever done that again. And I have never been in that zone ever in my life after that. So I can imagine how good that feeling is to be in that zone. and I'm sure you must have experienced this many more times as compared to what I have.
But when you're batting and you have a bit of a chat with the opposition, did you ever feel like this might carry on to you going out of the zone and you potentially getting out, or it put you in a more motivated space?
You've had more alterations than I have. I think you can answer that question better than I can.
नहीं, मैं तो ये ढूंढ रहा हूँ कि मेरी बात से agree कर जाए. मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा कि गलत है. मैं कह रहा हूँ कोई तो बोले हाँ यही होता है. So here we are. We've come a long way and putting an end to all the masala.
That's a good one. That's a good start to the conversation.
And all the spice.
Shifting focus to the big battle of Haryana, where the Congress is releasing its poll manifesto. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, is at this moment speaking dissident.
योजना के नाम पर सिर्फ धोखा मिला है। बीमारी के कारण स्वास्थ्य के खर्च का बोझ कम करने के लिए कांग्रेस राजस्थान सरकार की जो माननीय अशोक गहलोत जी की योजना थी, चिरंजीवी योजना, उसी के अनुसार, उसी के अनुरूप कांग्रेस 25 लाख रुपए तक का मुफ्त इलाज प्रदान करेगी। महंगाई और बढ़ते बिजली के दामों से राहत देने के लिए हर घर 300 यूनिट मुफ्त बिजली दी जाएगी। गरीबों को छत, हरियाणा में 14 लाख परिवारों के पास पक्का घर नहीं है। दलित बस्तियों की दयनीय स्थिति के बावजूद भाजपा ने कांग्रेस की योजना को बंद कर दिया, जिसमें गरीब एससी और बीसी परिवारों को 100-100 गज के प्लॉट दिए जाते थे। गरीबों को सुरक्षित और सम्मानजनक जीवन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए इसके संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि आदरणीय हुड्डा साहब जब मुख्यमंत्री थे, आदरणीय श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी झज्जर गई थी और उनके अनुरूप सभी गरीबों को 100-100 गज के प्लॉट देने की योजना बनी थी और उसमें 3,92,000 प्लॉट दे दिए गए थे। 7 लाख प्लॉट देने थे। बाकी जो प्लॉट 100-100 गज के प्लॉट और उन पर 3.5 लाख रुपए की लागत से 2 कमरों का मकान हम गरीबों को बनाने का, देने का काम करेंगे। एफ, किसानों को समृद्धि। भाजपा कार्यकाल में पुलिस ने एमएसपी की मांग करने वाले किसानों पर लाठियां और गोलियां चलाईं। मेरी फसल मेरा ब्यौरा पोर्टल ने किसानों की जिंदगी को दयनीय।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Political buzz over Udhayanidhi Stalin, Tamil Nadu, to get a new deputy chief minister. Only CM will decide on elevation, says Udhayanidhi. The Me Too movement now sweeps Telugu film industry as well. Telugu film body removes noted choreographer after sexual assault complaint. Shocking revelations at SpiceJet, unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crores. SpiceJet says witnessing financial constraints.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points?
ये लागू करेंगे और इसीलिए हम इस गारंटी को रखे हैं नाम 7 वायदे पक्के इरादे। तो ये जो 7 वायदे हैं उसके अलावा भी मैनिफेस्टो में जो हमारा कम से कम 53 पेज का मैनिफेस्टो है वो तो बाद में वो लोग डिटेल उसको चंडीगढ़ में आपको बताएंगे, लेकिन ये जो वायदे हैं हम इसको पक्का निभाएंगे। इसके लिए आज AICC ऑफिस से ये घोषणा कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि पूर्व वक्ता ने हमें इस पॉइंट को वो बताया है, लेकिन मैं उतने तफसील में नहीं जाता। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहूँगा कि हमारे 7 पॉइंट जो है, वायदे जो है, इसको हम खासकर 7 वर्ग में इसका बंटवारा किया है। एक तो महिलाओं को शक्ति हर महीने 2000 रुपये देने का हम वायदा कर रहे हैं और 2000 रुपये देकर हम रहेंगे हमारी सरकार आने के बाद। 500 रुपये गैस सिलेंडर के लिए हम देंगे और मोदी जी की सरकार बढ़ाते जाती है, लेकिन हम उसको घटाते जाएंगे। दूसरा है सामाजिक सुरक्षा को बल, जैसा कि बुढ़ापा पेंशन है, दिव्यांग पेंशन है, विधवा पेंशन है और ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम। ये इसको हम पूरा अनुष्ठान में लाएंगे, उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। और जिसका आंकड़े उन्होंने बताया कि बुढ़ापा पेंशन 6,000 रुपए और दिव्यांग को 6,000 रुपए, विधवा पेंशन को 6,000 रुपए और ओपीसी जो भी स्कीम है, जो भी योजना है उसके तहत मिलेगा। और तीसरा वायदा है युवाओं को सुरक्षित भविष्य। भर्ती विधान के तहत 2 लाख पक्की नौकरी युवाओं को हम देंगे, क्योंकि इतने सरकारी नौकरियां खाली है, वो कोई सरकार भर्ती नहीं कर रही। देश में हमने इससे पहले भी कहा कि सिर्फ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में कम से कम 30-35 लाख वैकेंसीज है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट भर रही नहीं। और हर स्टेट में जितने सरकारी नौकरीज हैं वो भर्ती इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं कि केंद्र सरकार के पास तनख्वाह देने के लिए पैसा नहीं है। और ये जो युवाओं को हम ये नौकरी का वायदा कर रहे हैं, इसको हम निभाएंगे। हर परिवार को खुशहाली के तरफ जाने के लिए 300 यूनिट की फ्री बिजली, ठीक है ना? 300 यूनिट की फ्री बिजली और 25 लाख तक मुफ्त इलाज, जैसा कि पहले हमारे भाई गहलोत ने राजस्थान में शुरू किया था, वैसा आज फिर हम हरियाणा में यही लागू करेंगे। तो ये दोनों भी जो फ्री बिजली और मुफ्त इलाज, ये बहुत ही पक्का है और गरीबों को इससे बहुत फायदा होगा, किसानों को भी फायदा होगा। और हमारा 5वां जो है, गरीबों को छत, 100 गज का प्लॉट और 3.5 लाख की लागत से 2 कमरों का मकान। तो ये देखिए जरा, ये कम होता है, क्योंकि 2 में क्या करना, उसके लिए बाद में सोचिए, क्योंकि पकाना किधर, सोना किधर। कम से कम एक किचन तो अगर रहा तो उसको ऐड कर दीजिए। हाँ, तो ना फिर ठीक है, लेकिन देखिए मैं अब तो फिर वायदा नहीं करता, क्योंकि आप अपने बजट को देखकर ये वायदे किए हैं। तो इसीलिए जब आपकी हालत सुधरेगी तो उस पर विचार कीजिए। फिर किसानों को समृद्धि, ये तो आप सभी को मालूम है, हम भी लड़ रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी जी भी एमएसपी के लिए बहुत लड़े, अभी भी लड़ रहे हैं। उसके अलावा एमएसपी की जो कानूनी गारंटी है, उसके लिए हम पार्लियामेंट में इलेक्शन में भी ये वायदा किया था। हमारे हरियाणा कांग्रेस कमेटी के आज के नेता लोग भी इस हरियाणा कांग्रेस का संकल्प पत्र में भी ये लिखा गया है। तो इस एमएसपी गारंटी का भी वो काम करेंगे। आखिरी में पिछड़ों को अधिकार, जातिगत सर्वे का, जातिगत जनगणना करने का बात हम ये पार्लियामेंट में भी उठाए थे और पार्लियामेंट के चुनाव में भी हमने इसका प्रचार किया। उसी ढंग से यहाँ पर जो हमारे हरियाणा में इसको जाति जनगणना की पूरी उन्होंने कोशिश करके वो जाति जनगणना इसलिए करेंगे कि हर कम्युनिटी के लोगों को, हर जाति के लोगों को वो कहाँ खड़े हैं, वेलफेयर स्कीम में उनका कहाँ स्थान है, चाहे इनकम।
And that was Mallikarjun Kharge there, releasing the manifesto of the Congress party for Haryana, giving guarantees of LPG cylinders, which will cost 500 rupees, saying that the BJP keeps increasing the price, but they are reducing the price to 500 rupees for LPG cylinders, and also bringing guarantees of 300 units of free electricity, 24 lakh rupees worth of free medical treatment in Haryana, 2,000 rupees per month for women. Some of the promises that are being made in terms of the youth, they are saying that 2 lakh jobs which are vacant at the moment, those positions will be made available to the youth of Haryana. So the Congress releasing its manifesto in regard to the kind of promises they are making in regard to electricity, in regard to medical treatment, in regard to empowerment for women, as well as securing the future for the youth. And hundreds of handheld pagers exploded near simultaneously across Lebanon and in parts of Syria on Tuesday, killing at least 9 people, including members of Hezbollah and a girl, and wounding the Iranian ambassador. The government and Hezbollah officials as well have gone on to say that officials pointed the finger at Israel in what appeared to be a sophisticated remote attack that wounded close to 3,000 people at a time of rising tensions across the Lebanon border. The new brand of handheld pagers used by the group first heated up, then exploded, killing at least 2 of its members and wounding others. Now, Lebanon's health minister has gone on to say that 9 people have been killed and close to 3,000 have been wounded, 200 of them critically. Now, voting in the first phase of the assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir is underway, with ballots being cast in 24 of the state's 90 constituencies. This is the first assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir since 2014, and it's first since the removal of Article 370, which gave the erstwhile state special status in 2019. This also is the first time that Jammu and Kashmir will see an assembly election as a union territory when Article 370 was abrogated. The state was also divided into the union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. Over 23 lakh voters are eligible to vote for 219 candidates, including 90 independents, in 8 assembly segments in 3 districts of the Jammu region and 16 in 4 districts of the Kashmir Valley. The polling is scheduled to end at about 6 o'clock this evening. Polling in the remaining 66 assembly seats will be held in the other 2 phases that will be held on the 25th of this month, followed by the 1st of October, while the counting of votes will take place on the 8th of October. And getting news from Karnataka, provocative statements that have been made by the SDPI force that has forced the Karnataka government now to take action, and FIR has been registered as well. If you enter the Wakf property, we will kill you, is one of the statements made by an SDPI district secretary Imran, directed at RSS and Veer Savarkar descendants. The BJP has filed a case against him at a police station following the speech made during the protests organized by the SDPI against the Wakf Bill 2024, the amendment bill, on the 13th of September.
ಗುರುವಾದಂತಹ ನಾಗ್ಪುರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸಾವರ್ಕರಿನ ಸಂತತಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರನ್ನ ವಫ್ನ ಆಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಈ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು RSSಗೆ ನೀಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
13ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಂದು ಕಾರಟಗಿಯ STP ಸಂಘಟನೆಯವರು ಕನಕದಾಸ ವೃತ್ತದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಚೋದನಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಶಾಂತಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ, ದೇಶ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂತತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಈ ಜಿಹಾದಿ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಈ ಜಿಹಾದಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂತತಿಯನ್ನು ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯವರು ಸೇರಿ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ಮೂಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
RSS ಅವರು ಇರಲಿ, SDP ಅವರು ಇರಲಿ, ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಇರಲಿ, ಪ್ರಚೋದನಕಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ FIR ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಬೇಕಾದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಳಗಾಗ್ತೀವಿ.
NFR has been filed against renowned choreographer in the Telugu film industry, Johnny Master, after a former colleague sexually has accused of sexual harassment. This is over multiple times over several years is what the complainant has alleged, and that the sexual harassment started when she was still a minor. A case has now been registered against Johnny Master, who has worked as a choreographer in big-ticket movies such as Bahubali and Pushpa the Rise. The woman has alleged multiple incidents of sexual assault. She had approached the Telugu Film Chamber of Commerce with allegations against the choreographer. The film body has a panel to tackle sexual harassment cases, and Jhansi, the actor and also the chairperson of the panel, said that the complainant was a minor when the sexual assault first started, and this would attract provisions of the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences, the POCSO Act. The film body took over the matter and advised her to approach the police as well. Instagram has introduced updates designed to give parents more oversight into what their teenagers are doing online. But the changes did little to assuage critics who say that the social media network is compromising adolescents' well-being. Meta, which owns Instagram, has introduced a new teen accounts program that aims to limit the time minors spend on the site, what content they see, and which strangers are able to find their accounts and talk to them. The new system also expands parents' ability to monitor their children's activities, including the types of content that they're seeing and the people that they are messaging. Thousands flocked into a park in southwest of Beijing for a grand lantern fair with creative lanterns of varying sizes. The fair, which kicked off last weekend, is for the celebration of China's traditional Mid-Autumn or Moon Festival and the National Day on the 1st of October. The Lantern Fair set new records as Beijing's longest, largest and most intricate lantern fair ever held. While Western festivals such as Christmas and Valentine's Day are popular among younger Chinese generations, well, the government now has been working hard to revitalize traditional festivals as part of the efforts to offset the impact of Western cultures. Big crowds gathered to watch a traditional festival in Hong Kong commemorating the fire dragon, a memory of a past plague. The dragon is made out of meters of straw with incense sticks packed into it and is carried by dozens of people. And breaking news coming in at the moment, and this is in regard to One Nation, One Poll. And the news that we are getting in at the moment, the cabinet has cleared the One Election, One Nation, the big move towards One Nation, One Poll. The breaking news that's coming in at the moment with that nod from the cabinet that has been given to the Cohen panel report. Do remember the panel report was submitted, and this is the breaking news that we are getting in regard to One Nation, One Poll, and this is breaking news coming in at the moment. This is to be implemented within the Modi 3.0. That is what Home Minister Amit Shah had said on the day of the 100 days of the Modi 3.0 government. Do remember the Home Minister had said that One Nation, One Election will be implemented within the next 5 years, and that is before the completion of the tenure of Modi 3.0. This was said at the ceremony of the NDA government completing 100 days of assuming office in the Modi 3.0 government. And now the government plans to implement this One Nation, One Poll within the tenure of this government is what Amit Shah had gone on to say. Do remember this was also in the speech of the Independence Day function of the Prime Minister, making it a compelling case for One Nation, One Election, emphasizing that frequent elections are slowing down the country's development. So the nation has to come forward for One Nation, One Election, with the Modi government there urging during the speech that was made during Independence Day from the Red Fort, encouraging political parties to support this initiative for the progress of the nation. So this is the Prime Minister calling for the unity in ensuring that the national resources are allocated for the common good. We have to come forward to realize the dream of One Nation, One Election is what the Prime Minister had said, reiterating the importance of collective responsibility. So now the nod, the cabinet nod that has been given to that, this proposal is a key element in the BJP's manifesto. A high-level panel chaired by the former President Ramnath Kovind had recommended recommended simultaneous elections for both the Lok Sabha and the state assemblies as the first step, with local body polls to follow within 100 days. The Law Commission on its part, expecting obviously to propose a synchronized polls across all three levels of government, the Lok Sabha, the state assemblies and the local bodies such as municipalities as well as panchayats by 2029. They're also considering a provision for unity governments in case of hung houses or no confidence motion. So the Ramnath Kovind panel has got the nod. They have not really specified a timeline for implementing the proposed changes, but calling for the creation of that implementation group to ensure smoother rollout of its recommendation. The panel has suggested 18 constitutional amendments, most of which do not require state assembly ratification but will need Parliament's approval in the form of constitutional amendment bill. So an approval, cabinet approval there of one nation, one election. Breaking news coming in with a green light to one nation, one election. A proposal that was made. This was part of the Prime Minister's speech on Independence Day from the Red Fort, where the Prime Minister had spoken of the need, had urged during that speech, encouraging political parties to support this initiative for the progress of the nation. The Prime Minister had called for unity in ensuring that the national resources are allocated for the common good. We have to come forward to realize the dream of one nation, one election, is what the Prime Minister had reiterated while talking about the importance of collective responsibility. So do remember that on Independence Day, the Prime Minister had made that compelling case for one nation, one election. And to get more on this, we have Maria joining us. Maria, the cabinet approval there of that report that was submitted, the Ramnath Kovind report that was submitted of one nation, one election.
Yes, that's right. That's right. The panel headed by the former president, Mr. Ramnath Kovind, had submitted its report, remember, in the month of March, that is 4 months ago. And that was ahead of the Lok Sabha elections announcement. Now, that was placed by the Law Ministry in the cabinet today, and the cabinet has given its nod to the Ramnath Kovind panel, which is essentially has batted for simultaneous polls. Let me try and give you some details of this high-level committee. The high-level committee had essentially said that the Lok Sabha elections, the state assemblies election, should be synchronized first. That will be the first step, to synchronize them, the Lok Sabha and the assembly elections, which is in various, 27 states across the country. And then the next step of local body elections can be done within 100 days. So the elections at multiple levels, because we have a three-tiered system of polls, remember, or the Panchayati Raj system, as we keep talking about, which begins from the local bodies, goes to the assemblies, and then to the Lok Sabha. So the first step was talking about that. The panel, remember, had also recommended, Ramnath Kovind panel had talked about that there is a need to set up an implementation group which will be looking at how various recommendations of this committee can be executed. So certainly it's a step towards that. The government had been batting for it. In fact, the Prime Minister had spoken about it on multiple occasions in the past and had spoken about it also this time in his address to the nation from the ramparts of the Red Fort. The message that had been coming from the union government under Prime Minister Modi was that a nation as vast and wide as India cannot have, a lot of resources get wasted if there are elections being held every 5 to 6 months. Let me give you an example. This year we had, there were assembly elections earlier, and then there was the Lok Sabha polls. Now there are 2 states which are going to polls even as we speak. Jammu and Kashmir is polling. That is the first phase of elections that is taking place in Jammu and Kashmir. Then later this year, there'll be 2 other assemblies where elections will be held, which is the assembly of Maharashtra and also the assembly, also another assembly of Jharkhand. So the point that has been made here is that there has to be the recommendation which had come from the Ramnath Kovind panel was that there should be a common electoral roll. The voter IDs of the Election Commission of India, they should be preparing that common electoral roll in consultation with the election commissions which are there in various state assemblies. So it's very clear that the ECI, remember the Election Commission at the center is responsible for the Lok Sabha and the Assembly polls, but as far as the municipalities or various local elections are concerned, be it the municipality elections or the panchayat elections, that is conducted or managed by the state election commissions. So one of the recommendations has been that there should be a common electoral roll and voter ID cards by the Election Commission, which combines the data which has been prepared by the State Election Commission along with the Election Commission of India. You know, let's be clear that this would also require constitution amendments to the constitution. A bill of this nature will be brought by the government before the parliament. The government has the numbers in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, so it will not be difficult. And let's not forget that members of the Ramnath Kovind panel did speak to all the stakeholders across party lines to get their approval on this, which is being seen as the biggest electoral reforms that India has seen so far.
Right, Maria, of course, we also heard P. Chidambaram talk about how, you know, there will be amendments that will have to be made in order, you know, for the implementation of this, like you mentioned. So many changes need to be made first in regard to this. So, Maria, there is no timeline as to the implementation of this.
Just hold on to your thoughts. We have the first BJP reaction coming in now. Spokesperson of the BJP, Mr. Pradeep Bhandari, is joining us. So Pradeep Bhandari, certainly a step towards what Prime Minister has been talking about, not once, but during the course of multiple election rallies. It has been one of the top agendas of NDA 3.0, that the one nation, one election must see the light of the day.
Absolutely, Maria, and this is also a befitting reply to all our critics who are looking at Modi 3.0 from a jaundiced point of view. This also tells you how, whether on all our core policy issues, this government is as strong as the 2.0 was and 1.0 is. The Prime Minister has been repeatedly speaking about electoral reforms and other core issues, whether it is UCC and Wakf. So this is a very historic electoral reform, and if we go back to the constitution, initial debates of the Indian constitution, you will find that this is how our initial constitutional makers had envisaged about it. So yes, this is in the right direction, and you will see the bill also being tabled in the parliament in the days to come. And the Prime Minister has given his commitment to reforms, and this tells you that Prime Minister's commitment to what he promises and announces does not shift based on any timeline or criticism of the Indian opposition.
Yeah, let's not forget, I mean, just a reminder for our viewers, who all were part of this high-level committee. Of course, this entire committee was chaired by Ramnath Kovind, the former President of India. Then, you know, Mr. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, was part of it. In fact, Ghulam Nabi Azad, the former leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, was also a member of this committee. Then was Mr. N.K. Singh, Subhash Kashyap, former Secretary General of Lok Sabha, Harish Salve, the noted legal luminary, were all members of this commission, including the Law Minister of India, Mr. Arjun Ram Meghwal as well. So certainly a big step which has been taken by the government. Remember, one of the arguments has been that these frequent elections have been a burden on the exchequer, and it was an additional expenditure for the government. And what was needed at this time was that should be done away with, because it also leads to some kind of instability or uncertainty politically as well. KC Tyagi of the Janata Dal United is also joining us. Mr. Tyagi, your first reaction. The cabinet has gone ahead and approved the Ramnath Kovind panel recommendations, which essentially has batted for simultaneous polls.
हम एनडीए सरकार के इस फैसले का समर्थन करते हैं, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन। हमारी पार्टी के नेता और मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी कई वर्ष पहले ही इस पर अपनी राय रख चुके हैं, पार्टी की राय रख चुके हैं कि जल्दी जल्दी चुनाव कराना, अलग अलग चुनाव कराना इस तरह से राज्यों के लिए अहितकारी है। कैसे मैन पावर का, कैसे स्टेट मशीनरी का, कैसे धनों का किस प्रकार से दुरुपयोग होता है। हमारी पार्टी जैसी जो गरीब तबकों को रिप्रेजेंट करती है, उनके लिए तो बार बार और नए नए तरीके से चुनाव कराना वैसे भी असंभव है। और डॉक्टर कोविंद कमेटी के सामने भी पार्टी अपने विचार रख चुकी है। हम सरकार के इस फैसले के साथ हैं और सभी राजनीतिक दलों से अपील करते हैं कि राष्ट्रीय हित में जो चुनाव जिस तरह से महंगे होते जा रहे हैं, अब तो इस पर तो अपनी मोहर लगानी चाहिए। चुनाव सस्ते कैसे हों, एक साथ कैसे हों, उस पर सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को सरकार का साथ देना चाहिए। हमारी पार्टी तहे दिल से इसका समर्थन करती है।
All right, KC Tyagi, thank you for your reaction. So, remember when the Ramnath Kovind panel had submitted its report to the President of India in the month of March, that was much before the Lok Sabha polls, it had talked about multiple advantages of these simultaneous elections. It had also highlighted that how it will ensure ease and convenience to the voters because it will do away with what was seen as voter fatigue, which was associated with lower voter turnout in multiple state and state elections. It had also said that, synchronizing these elections, that is the Lok Sabha, the Assembly, the local body polls will ensure economic growth and stability as well, and conducting elections to all three tiers of the government, local body, assembly and the Lok Sabha, would avoid disruption of supply chain and production cycles due to migrant workers seeking leave of absence. These were the various arguments which were put forth by the panel or led by the former President of India. Let me bring in Nalin Kohli of the BJP, senior BJP leader. Nalin Kohli, a step towards simultaneous polls, which has been talked about multiple governments, by multiple governments, but finally it will see the light of the day. What do you think will be the steps that will be taken from here onwards after the cabinet has approved the Ramnath Kovind panel report?
Well, Maria, I think perhaps in one way it's also returned to what was the norm in India when we were a young republic from 1950 onwards, and the elections were held after 1952. It was simultaneous. And then the disruption took place through various years, and now what we have is a perennial, annual, every year elections at one level or the other. Take this year itself, you have the Lok Sabha, and after that now we have 4 assembly states. One is going to the polls today. Next year you have. So this cycle of relentless elections has multiple impacts. The first being that you are going into the model code of conduct, and that disrupts development and governance per se. The second is, of course, the obvious one, which is the expense that comes into having electoral processes being duplicated all the time. And then, of course, some of the other things you pointed out, which was part of the Ramnath Kovind, our former president's panel, which made the recommendation. Now that the cabinet has approved it, we are, in a sense, at a position where the formal decision for its implementation has begun. When the formal implementation process has started with the cabinet's approval, the next step would be obviously writing a law or seeing what is that change that would need to be brought. Primarily, I would expect it would be primarily a constitutional amendment, or at least it would involve at the very least a detailed interaction with various political entities and, more importantly, the election commissions, which is mandated to organize the elections. So therefore, I think that process is what is there. Let us see how the government goes about it. Yes, Maria, tell me.
Nalin, what we are being told by various sources is that as many as 47 political parties had sent their recommendations or suggestions to this committee. And as we have been saying, that they did interact with various stakeholders, politicians across party lines, and 32 parties, which was largely the BJP and its allies, were of the opinion that there should be simultaneous polls. And in fact, 15 opposition parties had opposed this concept. So this opposition is also not misplaced in saying that there could be larger manipulation if elections are held in one go.
So I won't buy the argument of manipulation, for the reason being, no party is going to be perpetually in power. Democracy, by its inherent nature, sees changes. You can well about see it even in what we are in year after year when we have our elections to various state assemblies. But the argument of manipulation is actually a manipulated argument of the opposition. And if one would see it, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, the Congress party primarily, along with its allies, kept saying that the EVMs are suspect, democracy is suspect, democracy is in danger. But I think the Congress party has done the best in the last 10 years, in the 3 elections that it has contested. It has gone up from 44 to 99 seats.
Okay, let me...
So, yes, you were saying something?
Okay. Okay.
All right, that was Nalin Kohli, spokesperson of the BJP. Appreciate you, Mr. Kohli, for being with us. As Maria continues to be live with us, Maria, we're also being joined at the moment by Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, former CEC, who better to understand the nuances of what this proposal that has been given the cabinet nod essentially means. Thank you very much, Dr. Qureshi, for being with us. Your first reaction to the green light to one nation, one election.
I knew it was me, and it has happened, so that is my first reaction. But I would like to tell you that in 2013, when Mr. Narendra Modi, even before becoming Prime Minister, talked about this issue, he wanted a national consensus to be built on this. But for 10 years, the consensus has evaded us. There has been no consensus. And in sheer desperation, now finally the government has decided to forget about the consensus and impose it. And that's what is going to happen.
All right, but you know, while there are arguments in favor of it, there are several arguments stacked up against it. The opposition, for one, has raised several questions over this time and time again. What we're learning at the moment, what Maria is in fact learning and telling us at the moment, is that the decision was pretty much unanimous. This is sooner rather than later going to be a reality. How do you look at the chronology as far as this decision is concerned? A green light has been given by the cabinet. But how soon do you think it can be realized, and do we have the logistical support on the ground? Does the Election Commission have the wherewithal to be able to make this see the light of day soon?
Point. Now, Election Commission surely requires, and they said it in writing to the Commission and to the high-level committee led by Mr. Kovind, that they require 3 times the number of EVMs, 3 times the number of VVPATs, and more security, more personnel. If that can be mobilized, now machines take time to manufacture. So they cannot come with the press of a button. So how long will the machines take? 3 times. And 3 times means that we have 20 lakh, approximately 20 lakh machines each of EVMs and VVPATs, and we need 40 lakhs each more. So that will take some time. That is it. Secondly, on the merit of the high-level committee recommendations, I have some questions which I had raised in an article recently, that the committee, although it has unanimously said there should be a simultaneous election, but what they have recommended is that, to me, is a very amusing. First of all, they said, well, simultaneous will mean that Parliament and Vidhan Sabha are not local bodies, that means Panchayat.
Yes.
To me, it is ridiculous. The Vidhan Sabha and MPs together are about 4,120 MLAs and 543 MPs, less than 1,000. You have excluded 30 lakh representatives from the simultaneous election. So what kind of a simultaneous election is that? Secondly, they say that the Panchayat election will be held within 100 days. Now, another election after 100 days is not simultaneous election. It requires separate bandobast, all afresh, all over again. The polling party, the machines, and thirdly, even if we can mobilize all that, getting voters to come a second time within 3 months, they take their leave from their labor class.
Sir, my question is...
Yes.
Right. It will require constitutional amendments. Because under Article 368(2) of the Constitution, it will also mean that not less than half of the states will be required to carry out amendments to the second constitutional amendment bill, and that is the reason why it can go ahead. What are the processes which will be followed after the approval of the cabinet? What all has to be done before it will become a reality?
What will the procedure, and every other expert will be discussing it, and you have to go through it. That is taken for granted that Constitution will be amended, and perhaps it will be amended. What after that? You were talking about the logistics. After the amendment, somebody has to arrange those elections. You require EVMs, and then you require VVPATs, you require security, personnel. So all that will take time, and it will take at least a couple of years, if not more. So we have to take that into account.
So you're talking about logistical challenges, Mr. Qureshi. We have another reaction coming in because the Congress party is among those 15 political parties which had opposed this move. In fact, they had made this suggestion to the committee or headed by the former president that they are not in favor of one nation, one election. Nasir Hussain, Member of Parliament of the Congress, is joining us. What exactly is Congress party's objection to it, sir?
See, first of all, we have to wait and watch what are the provisions that has been recommended in this report by Mr. Kovind, and then what is that the government has accepted from that is more important. Is it only the assemblies and the Lok Sabha election together, or also the local bodies elections will be together? Because we also have urban local bodies and rural local bodies which go to polls at different times. So will that also be the part of one nation, one poll? Second is what will happen to those states where if there is a no confidence motion, or if the government falls in the states, or if there is an president rules applied in certain states, what will happen to those states? So these are certain things which need to be answered, and that will only happen when this comes up in the debate in the parliament. And my only thing is this, which the government which was not able to hold elections in 4 states. Say we were supposed to go to elections in Jammu and Kashmir, in Jharkhand, in Haryana, and in Maharashtra. They were not able to hold in 4 states. They said that we'll not do that in 4 states. We'll do it in 2 states now and 2 states in the month of November. So how will they hold election for all these states and the parliament election together? I think that's something we need to wait and see. We are a multi-party democracy. We are a democracy with lots of provision in our parliamentary conventions and procedures that we have followed for the past 75 years. Any deviation from that shouldn't hamper our democratic process. It shouldn't undermine our democratic process, and it shouldn't give any sort of a scope for the center or somewhere at the higher level to usurp the authority of the states. The federal nature of our state should be maintained, for which I don't know what this report has said. That has to be discussed, and it has to be discussed threadbare in the parliament.
Right. Mr. Nasir Hussain, this is Rishika from the Delhi studios.
All right.
Quick
So
follow-up question, Maria, to what you asked. How do you plan to take this protest forward, if at all? You've been vociferous in your opposition against it. How do you plan to take it forward now that it has become a reality with the cabinet passing it?
See, the cabinet has passed it. It has to be debated in the parliament. It has to be passed by both the houses in the parliament. I think it needs a constitutional amendment. Then it has to go to the states, and we need to have approval from the states. So it's a long process. Let us see. Let it be placed in the parliament. We'll take it up in the parliament, and India Alliance will have its own strategy to oppose it.
Yes. So Congress, along with 14 other political parties, had submitted their recommendations, essentially suggestions, I would say, saying that they are not in favor of one nation, one election. We have another Congress voice, senior Congress leader Manikam Tagore, Member of Parliament, is also joining us. Mr. Tagore, my question is, besides the logistics, because that's certainly a matter of concern for the Election Commission of India and the state election commissions, what is the opposition that is coming in from various India bloc parties to this? I mean, the government says, and the recommendations which have come in are talking about voter fatigue, which will be done away with if these are simultaneous elections which are held, because constantly going to a polling booth will certainly not be the best scenario for most people who go and cast their votes and exercise their rights.
Yeah, we all know that India is a diverse country, and we go through different kind of political structures here, and what are the different kind of problems everywhere. It is not the same story for Manipur and Tamil Nadu or Kerala or Nagaland or Kashmir. It's a vast country, therefore there are oneness in everything can't be acceptable, and India Alliance leaders have submitted the memorandum to the before we all decided that this is not feasible in India. But after that, the idea was rejected by the government. The government idea has been rejected by the people of India itself, because government of Mr. Modi and Amit Shah ji spoke about one nation, one poll in the polls also. And from 303 people reduced them to 240 for BJP. And now they are running a coalition government with the support of Babu Garu and Nitish Garu. Therefore, it's an idea which has been rejected by the people of India. But now they wanted to bring in through the legislative format. We will face that also in Parliament. And we are very clear that it's against the federal nature of this country, and it is against the multiplicity itself. And this kind of reasoning which they are saying outside now after the cabinet decision, let us go through, let them come to the parliament, let the parliament debate it, and we are very clear on our views, because this will weaken the federal nature, it will destroy the multiplicity of this country, and we can't, in a country of multiple views, multiple states, one kind of format can't be worked out.
Okay. All right. Manikam, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Remember, the committee had worked for 191 days and had held 65 meetings, and then it had submitted this report in the month of March. Among the various stakeholders that it had consulted included citizens, of course, political parties, experts like former Chief Justices and judges of Supreme Court, former Chief Justices of High Courts, and also former Chief Election Commissioners, State Election Commissioners, Bar Council of India members, Law Commission of India members, and also the CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, and all. Sunil Prabhu has been tracking this story very, very closely. So Sunil, you know, among 47 parties in all submitted their views, 30 parties, which were largely the BJP and its allies, supporting in favor of the one nation, one election idea. The other 17 in opposition of it. These are largely the India bloc parties. You know, I'm still trying to understand the India bloc parties' objections cannot be just about logistics, because, you know, logistics is the responsibility of the election commission and the state commissions. Let them deal with it. What exactly is the principal opposition, Sunil Prabhu?
Yes, Maria, you know, before I let Sunil answer that, I also want to raise another crucial point that was raised by Manikam Tagore right now, which is the federalism argument. And the Congress party hinging its principal argument on the fact that this is something that threatens the federal structure of the country. I think that's an important point that he made as well. But we let Sunil answer the political question, and then Sunil, we'll come to you on the nitty-gritties of what happens next. But please go ahead and answer Maria's question.
Well, to both your points, I think the most important issue right now about the one nation, one poll is very clearly that not only is it about the federal structure, and I hope you'll be able to play the bite of the Congress President, Mr. Karge, who was just speaking here, releasing the Haryana 7 guarantees ahead of the Haryana election, where he said this is not practical, this is an attempt to divert the attention, and that the people will reject this. The Congress, as you're well aware, did not depose before the Covid committee. They made it clear that they are opposed to the very concept of a one nation, one poll. This idea is not new. One nation, one election was conducted not today, right up till 1967. It's when the then government of the day, Kerala government, was dismissed by Indira Gandhi at that by the Congress government at that stage, that we had a situation in '69 that we started having not simultaneous elections and different states. So not only is it about federal structure, there are a host of issues. What will be the assigned date? For example, in the Covid committee, will that mean that if a Karnataka government, which has been elected in 2023, will only be for 1-year term, and that they will have to go back for the elections again? What happens to the mandate of the people? These constitutional amendments basically mean that many houses of various legislatures will have to be curtailed, including the present. Now what we are talking about, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. If this has to be implemented in its entirety, it will mean basically that the House will get curtailed. Secondly, most importantly, you'll have to look at the practicality of it. It requires constitutional amendment. The Cohen committee says, no, you don't need to go to the states. This can be passed by 2/3 majority of those present in parliament, be it in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. But there's a long road because, as you know, the numbers are not in favor of the government at present. There are others who have objected, from the Biju Janata Dal to many other political parties, and they have had their reservations. Of course, we'll have to look at this and study this entirely.
In fact,
but at present, the Cohen committee
before
report
we bring
has been
Aishwarya
expected.
into the conversation here, Sunil, and do stay on with us. I have a question for you, Maria, somebody who covers the government very closely. And you've been tracking this story as well. I want to understand from you, is there consensus within the NDA? Is the NDA on the same page as far as this is concerned? Because that's going to play an important role in determining its future.
Yes, I'm sure, because Nitish Kumar's JDU and, Chandrababu Naidu's party, that is the TDP, are in favor of it. In fact, Andhra elections happen along with the Lok Sabha poll, so he'll have no issues whatsoever. It's only a matter of whether JDU will be in support of it. So I don't think so there is any doubt or, confusion within the NDA allies as far as one nation, one election is concerned. But the larger question is also that here is the panel which says that the states need not give their approval, they need not have constitutional amendments, this bill need not go to various states to get their assent. How will that be playing out becomes important. Ash, I'm coming to you. We have been speaking to the law minister. In fact, Arjun Ram Meghwal told us only yesterday that one nation, one election was on top of the agenda. Home Minister Amit Shah just few days back had said the government is determined to ensure that one nation, one election sees the light of the day. Now it is clear that after this approval, the bill will be coming in upcoming winter session of Parliament. Give us the direction or the timeline which the government is looking at. How soon will that be a possibility? But we have to also specify that the Rajya Sabha numbers have also turned in the favor of the government. So they have the numbers also in the Rajya Sabha, and the Lok Sabha, of course, they have a complete majority. So, ensuring the passage of this bill will not be tough. Yes, go ahead, Aishwarya.
Well, after more than 60 meetings of the Cohen panel held talks with the economists and the political parties, the judges of the High Courts and Supreme Courts, the committee ultimately had submitted the report to the President of India first under, the entire panel that went on along with Home Minister Amit Shah and submitted to President of India. And later, it is the Cohen panel report which was presented in the today's cabinet, which was ultimately approved. Remember, it was the government which was confident from day one that it's there in their agenda and they will get this passed from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Remember, in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, if we talk about the NDA alliances, then they have the numbers in their favor as well. And therefore, the reason perhaps the task was handed over to the Cohen panel, and ultimately, the challenges that there were, of course, was of logistical issues, of how this will come down to the wire. But on the other side, it was the government who had stated that because their main focus is to bring down the cost of the entire elections in the country and to implement those policies that needs to be delivered in the state on the ground level. And because there are elections which goes on in every state, time and again, and therefore the reason perhaps the government could not focus on implementing those policies. This one nation, one election was on the prime focus. Now, when the entire report had been passed by the cabinet, it will further go to as a bill to be passed in the Lok Sabha and then to Rajya Sabha, and ultimately this will be implemented. Of course, the NDA alliances, as far as the JDU, the LGP, the TDP, all have given their nod and they have welcomed the move of the government of having one nation, one election process. But as the opposition party is already targeting and stating that they are not very happy, they are not in interest as far as the logistical challenges are concerned, and it's not possible according to them to have one nation, one election in the entire country. What sort of consensus it will be in the upcoming days is something that will be very interesting to see.
In fact, we're just going to play out for the benefit of our viewers what the law minister told Maria yesterday in that exclusive interview where he actually said that this is something which is top of mind for government. But before we go to that, I think, Maria, the other important question that really needs to be asked at the moment is the fact that here was an opportunity. We are in the middle of an election. It's the first phase of polling in Jammu and Kashmir today. 2 more phases to go. Haryana is going to see polling as well. Why was Maharashtra and Jharkhand elections not made to happen simultaneously, even though they are going to happen in a few months from now? So in a certain sense, there are questions that are being asked about the practicality of this. When, remember, sources in the government were asked about what the thinking was to not have polls in Jharkhand and Maharashtra taking place simultaneously when these elections were notified, it was said that, oh, you know, there were floods in Maharashtra and therefore block level preparedness, etc. for it is not there, which in a certain sense brings back the question on whether we are actually prepared on the ground for such an idea to be implemented. What did you pick up, Maria, from your sources in government on why Jharkhand and Maharashtra didn't see elections along with Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana?
Okay, all right. So we have the confirmation that is coming in now from the government. In fact, Ashwini Vaishnav, who's holding a press conference, and perhaps we can cut to it, has just said that the cabinet has accepted the recommendations of the high-level panel for one nation, one election. In fact, he's doing a presentation as an also highlighted the fact that between 1951 and 1967, elections were held simultaneously. Then he goes on to talk about the 170th report of the Law Commission in 1999, which had also said that one election to the Lok Sabha and all legislative assemblies in, 5 years. So, perhaps we can play that soundbite in some time from now. But that specific question...
Maria, we can actually
we can
actually listen in to Ashwini Vaishnav at the moment. Let's just listen into what he's saying.
Widespread support for simultaneous elections in the country. There is a widespread support for simultaneous elections in the country. इसीलिए एनडीए सरकार की कैबिनेट ने आज सर्वसम्मति से इन रिकमेंडेशंस को एक्सेप्ट किया और इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन 2 फेजेस में होगा, जैसा कि कमेटी के रिकमेंडेशंस में है. फर्स्ट फेज में लोकसभा और असेंबलीज के इलेक्शंस को साइमल्टेनियस कराने का प्रयास होगा और उसके सेकंड फेज में लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन से जो है ग्राम पंचायत, जिला पंचायत, ब्लॉक में पंचायत समिति और जितने भी अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज हैं, चाहे म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज हो, चाहे म्यूनिसिपल कमिटीज हो, चाहे म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन हो, उन सब के लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शंस को विद इन 100 डेज ऑफ जनरल इलेक्शंस में करवाना, जिससे कि एक बार में सारे इलेक्शन का प्रोसेस कंप्लीट हो और फिर 5 साल तक सब के सब मेहनत करके देश के निर्माण में लगे. अब इस पे जो कमेटी के रिकमेंडेशंस हैं उनको पूरे देश भर में डिस्कशन किया जाएगा वेरियस फोरम्स में. वेदर इट इज आप सबका भी स्वागत है, आप सब भी इसके डिस्कशन में हिस्सेदार बने और सभी नौजवानों को, सभी जो इंडस्ट्री बॉडीज़ हैं, सभी जो दूसरे जितने भी फेडरेशंस, ग्रुप्स, हर एक तरह के जो सोशल ग्रुप्स हैं, उन सब का हम आह्वान करते हैं कि आप सभी इस पॉइंट को डिटेल में डिस्कस कीजिए, साइंटिफिक वे में डिस्कस कीजिए. कैसे वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन से इकोनॉमी को फ़ायदा होगा, कैसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को फ़ायदा होगा, कैसे देश की प्रगति बढ़ेगी, कैसे देश का डेवलपमेंट बढ़ेगा, कैसे ब्लैक मनी का संचार कम होगा, कैसे कितने मल्टीपल इसके जो इम्पैक्ट्स हैं उन सब के ऊपर डिस्कशन करें और एक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ग्रुप उसके बाद में क्रिएट किया जाएगा, जिससे जो लीगल प्रोसेसेस हैं उन प्रोसेसेस से इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे. तो साथियों, एक बहुत बड़ा फैसला, 7 बड़े फैसले आज लिए गए, ये 7 के साथ आपके सामने मैंने रखे और बहुत धन्यवाद. आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में हमेशा कैबिनेट की ब्रीफिंग में आते हैं और इतना पेशेंटली सुनते हैं, उसके लिए धन्यवाद. नाउ आई विल ओपन द फ्लोर फॉर क्वेश्चंस.
152.
Sir,
पूछिए.
Sir, Pragya from Times Now. Sir, this is regarding one nation, one election. Obviously, you need to amend the constitution when it comes to one nation, one election. While you do not need ratification by the states when it comes to Lok Sabha and assembly elections to be held together, but for other things like municipality, you need ratification by states, at least 50% of them. How will you conduct that, and when is the process, when do you think that this process will start? Because many parties in the opposition are saying that this is not feasible and they're opposing it. In fact, 12 of the opposition parties have opposed it. How do you plan to implement it?
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy, our nation in the long run. And this is a subject, this is a topic which really will strengthen our democracy, will strengthen the center-state relations, will make sure that our country grows at a much faster pace, will remove so many impediments which come in the growth of our country. And we have seen there is a huge emphasis among the youth for having common elections, simultaneous elections, so that the progress of the nation keeps moving on unhindered. And we have seen that kind of support from the youth, from various sections of the society. So over next a few months,
All right, well, it's a huge move by the government to bring in one nation, one election. One of the ideas of the Modi government that it was incumbent upon seeing the light of day in this term. It was something that was talked about in the 100-day agenda of the Modi government, that they will push for a one nation, one election. Well, the Kovind committee was set up, a high-level committee that submitted its report in March. We're given to understand that that committee report has now been greenlit by the Union Cabinet. The Cabinet has given its assent to the idea of a one nation, one election, which was recommended for in that committee report. It will now, remember, be tabled in Parliament, and there will be a discussion in Parliament, after which, of course, if it is passed, it will see the light of day. It involves simultaneous elections to take place at the state and the centre. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Of course, local body polls are stipulated to take place within a 100-day window of those elections taking place. Will it see the light of day? When will it see the light of day? And what are the finer modalities? All of that is going to be a top focus for us here on NDTV. We're going to slip into a very short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV Net.
Welcome back. It's the big story we're tracking on NDTV. One nation, one election has been greenlit by the Union Cabinet. It's a big move towards having one nation, one poll in India, with the Cabinet now clearing the proposal by the Kovind panel. Remember, a panel that was headed by former President of India, Ramnath Kovind, had submitted its report before the Cabinet in March. This is a panel that was set up to examine the pros and cons of one nation, one election. It was a high-level panel that had representatives of several political parties, opposition parties, as well as senior members of the judiciary and the bureaucracy. The Cabinet has taken note of the One Nation, One Election panel that had recommended that this is in fact a possibility and could be a reality. Now the Cabinet has cleared it. The big move by the government in its first 100 days. One nation, one poll could be a reality soon. It has to, of course, be tabled in Parliament. It has to be passed in Parliament for it to become a reality. In a nutshell, what does one nation, one election in fact propose? Well, simply put, it proposes for simultaneous elections to be held between Lok Sabha and state assemblies. So central and state elections can be held simultaneously, and local body polls be held within the 100 days of these elections. That's the simplistic view of what one nation, one election essentially means. Joining me on the broadcast, Sunil Prabhu, and also we have Aishwarya. Thank you both very much for being with us. Sunil, to you first. Before we get into the nitty-gritties of it, I want to understand very simply, for the benefit of our viewers, what happens next. This is a committee that was set up. It submitted its report. The Cabinet has now cleared it. What happens next?
So it's a long road. It's going to be a long journey. This is in principle approval by the Cabinet to agree to the one nation, one election recommendations of the Kovind Committee. Let me break it down to our viewers. As you rightly pointed out, it talks about simultaneous elections. But to do that, you need to do 18 constitutional amendments. Mind you, when I say constitutional amendments, you need to have two-thirds majority on the floor of the House and get it passing. In the Lok Sabha at present, that two-thirds majority is technically there, but it's going to be extremely difficult to implement at the reality. In the Rajya Sabha, of course, there is a simple majority for the BJP at the present juncture. So this is it, because it's an evolving House. We'll have to wait and see how things play out. What are those 18 constitutional amendments that have come up, which will be done by the Kovind Committee? One, of course, is to ensure, and how does it work? Technically the Kovind Committee said once it's done, the President will appoint a appointed date, or what is called an assigned date. Once that appointed date is given, say for example, say 20th of March 2023, from that day onwards, any member of the House, that becomes the last day for holding simultaneous elections. So that will be the expiry of the House. So once that is passed by both Houses of Parliament, there will be an appointed day by the President. They said it should be technically on the first session of the general elections. So it's in that context there are a lot of nitty-gritties and fine points which have to be looked at. Then it also requires two-thirds majority and passage from the states for a one nation, one electoral roll. So those processes also require a huge time frame which need to be carried out, and at least 50% of the states have to mandate and clear it. So it's not going to be simple. It's a long road. This is an in-principle approval. Now the legislative work will start in terms of constitutional amendments, those 18 that I talked about. The other one which will require states' approval, and then we go about that entire process. Whether it is practical or not, that debate is on. There have been many who I have held and had discussion with who believe that it's not practical. The opposition, led by Mr. Kharge, as well as the Trinamool Congress, have already, even before the announcement could be formally made by the minister, have made it clear that this is not practical and feasible, and this goes against the federal structure, and they will be opposing it at the very tooth and nail.
Okay, so 18 constitutional amendments requiring two-third majority in parliament, that's the first step towards making this a reality. Like Sunil said, this is the first step with the cabinet clearing it. It's a long road ahead. The big question now is going to be on some kind of consensus emerging. Aishwarya, break it down for us in terms of political parties. We know that there are around 18 parties that have opposed it, but largely the support has been in favor. What about the rank and file of the NDA? Has the NDA developed a sort of consensus before the cabinet clearing this? The fact that it's seen the light of day as far as cabinet is concerned, can we assume that the NDA allies are all on the same page?
Well, majorly, the NDA allies are in the favor of one nation, one election. It has been made clear by Chirag Paswan's party, LJP, by Nitish Kumar's party, JDU, and TDP remain.
All right, Aishwarya, I'm afraid we're going to have to interrupt you there. I'm told we have to take a break at the moment. We'll come right back to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with
Welcome back. On to the other big story that we are in fact tracking for you. Shocking revelation by SpiceJet. Unpaid and disputed dues for the airline now stand at a whopping 800 crore rupees. SpiceJet says they are witnessing financial constraints and therefore they have an unpaid and disputed dues that are amounting to 800 crore rupees. SpiceJet has of course grounded 36 of 64 aircrafts primarily due to the alleged default. Sakshi with the details.
SpiceJet has unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crores. This as per a latest disclosure on the stock exchange on BSE. Now these dues have not been paid. Dues are of course, these are dues that have not been paid and disputed dues at large since the assessment year 2010. SpiceJet in the release says that look, unpaid dues are due to constrained financial position and they really are facing a constrained financial position and therefore this is what the dues look like. And the disclosure also says that look, 36 aircraft have been grounded primarily due to alleged default. Revelations are part of SpiceJet's preliminary placement document. Remember, SpiceJet plans to raise up to 3,000 crores via qualified institutional placement process, and SpiceJet's operational fleet drastically decreased really from 74 aircraft in 2019 to just 28 in 2024. So this really a sign of troubled times. While NDTV has reached out to SpiceJet for a comment, a clarification, we are yet to hear from them. But the fact that this disclosure is coming in at a time when already the airline is witnessing a drastic reduction in its fleet size is really call for troubled times.
All right, well, SpiceJet has also responded. SpiceJet has in fact said that they are operating with full transparency and all relevant information is available in the public domain. SpiceJet maintains that they are fully committed to clearing dues as soon as possible. Samaj Bahinda, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for persons with disabilities. The initiative now in a nationwide movement and is supported by many corporates across the country. Here's one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychological years. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs, because you have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
All right, with that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
And finally, we leave you with these stunning visuals of Mumbai bidding farewell to Ganpati on the day of Visarjan.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
The Union Cabinet approves One Nation, One Election. Committee report from former President Ramnath Kovind has been endorsed by the Cabinet. Congress releases manifesto ahead of Haryana polls, promises 7 guarantees including caste census, legal guarantee of MSP and 2,000 rupees monthly aid for women. First phase of polling underway in Jammu and Kashmir as the battle for 24 seats plays out in the first phase. 50.65 is the percentage voter turnout till 3 p.m. Political buzz over Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation. Will Tamil Nadu get a new deputy chief minister? Udhayanidhi Stalin responds to speculation, says only the chief minister, which is his father, will decide. And after the Malayalam film industry in Karnataka, now Me Too movement in Telangana, the Telugu film body removes a noted choreographer amid sexual harassment complaints. Shocking revelations by SpiceJet, unpaid and disputed dues of the airline mount to 800 crore rupees. SpiceJet said it is witnessing financial constraints. Welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barua. The big story that we're tracking for you on NDTV, the Union Cabinet has approved the government's One Nation, One Election push, which proposes simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly elections with urban body and panchayat polls to be held within 100 days. Now, the Union Cabinet today has essentially accepted the report of a panel that was headed by ex-President Ramnath Kovind. There is unanimous opinion that simultaneous polls beginning from 2029 should be held. This is what the panel has said. Now, remember, this was a high-level panel that was constituted in order to look at the merits and demerits of One Nation, One Election. The panel included Home Minister Amit Shah, Law Minister Arjun Meghwal, Senior Supreme Court Advocate Harish Salve as its members. There were other members of the bureaucracy of the judiciary and the legislative who were all part of this high-level panel. The panel did call for a legally sustainable way to realign the existing electoral cycles. It had been tasked with recommending solutions in case of a hung result, a no confidence motion or defections as well. So all of those details, of course, are in that report. But essentially, there are going to be 18 constitutional amendments that are going to be needed for One Nation, One Election to become a reality. It is likely now perhaps to be tabled in the winter session of Parliament. So will it see the light of day after being passed in Parliament? There are many processes that still need to happen. So a long road ahead as far as One Nation, One Election is concerned. But it's a big first step by the government coming a day after the big 100 days announcement that was made, saying that One Nation, One Election is one step closer to becoming a reality. Before we go to our team of reporters who are tracking the details of this story, let's quickly listen in to the political reactions.
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy.
ये चलने वाला नहीं है, ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब बात है, कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको, ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए, इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं, और इसीलिए और पूरे देश के लोग कोई मानने वाले भी नहीं हैं.
One Nation, One Election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions. देखिए बहुत जल्दी विपक्ष में भी उनके अंदर से आंतरिक दबाव बनने न लग जाए कहीं, क्योंकि देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट दिया है.
हमारे भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी. उसने एक रिपोर्ट दी और रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सौंपी थी, और उसके बाद उस पर आप निश्चित मानिए एक अध्ययन भी चल रहा है, और हमारा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो एजेंडा था, जो संकल्प पत्र था, उसमें भी इसका उल्लेख है. हमारे एनडीए के साथियों से भी हम इसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और इसमें ये जो मोदी 3.0 का जो कालखंड है, इसी कालखंड में ये निश्चित रूप से आएगा, भी निश्चित रूप से आएगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है.
All right. Well, our team of reporters tracking the details of this story now join us live. Sunil Prabhu is with us. Aishwarya Jain also joining us live. Sunil, to you first, the big question on everyone's mind, what happens next?
Well, they will have to now implement it. Just for the information of our viewers, what the Cohen Committee report says, and you're saying 18 constitutional amendments, one of them relates to one article itself. So that itself will become reduced. So around be 4 or 5 or maximum 6 amendments. So that will be required. One constitutional amendment for the One Nation, One electoral roll will require ratification from the states. The rest don't require that. The implementation will have to be worked out. That means you will need to have bipartisan support to work with various political parties. There's vehement opposition, as you can see already before the announcement can be formally made from the Congress, from the Trinamool Congress, from the India bloc to a great extent. And then it goes down to the issue of the appointed date. Once this is passed by Parliament and the next Assembly general elections takes place in 2029, or if it is passed, then that will become, the appointed day will become what is called the bulletin, where every term of the House will become that's when the term expires, and that's how they will work and function from that day onwards. So it's going to be extremely difficult, not very practical in the true sense of the word, because if there is, for example, you'll ask me, the government falls, it's a hung parliament, or the government loses the confidence of vote, what happens? Then there will be fresh elections, but only till the appointed date. And then again there will be an election. So is that correct? Because the mandate of the constitution at present says for a full 5-year term or thereabouts. So is this going to be an easy option? This is something that will need to be worked out, and it's going to be a long road. You need, 2/3 majority to pass these constitutional amendments. Technically, you can be able to get it, as they have been able to do in Article 370, but this is a livelihood issue of politicians, for political parties, and also on the federal structure. We'll have to see whether regional parties and others accept this in toto.
Right. Well, as per what is in the report, 32 parties favored simultaneous polls and 15 parties opposed simultaneous polls. Most of the ex-chief justices of the Supreme Court, the High Court judges were in favor. So the majority clearly was tilted in favor of simultaneous polls. At least this is as far as the Kovind panel is concerned. But driving political consensus is going to be one thing. Like Sunil was saying, Aishwarya, there is a long road ahead. Now, as we've been reporting, at least the NDA appears to be on the same page, with the cabinet now giving this a green light. It's going to be interesting to see, Aishwarya, how this now plays out in Parliament, because the bill has to be cleared by a 2/3 majority, and then, if I'm not wrong, ratified by 50% of the states.
Well, yes, the political fight had begun. It is Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who had come out in his first response and stated that it's not practically possible, and the government just wanted to divert the attention because they have no real agenda in front of them before the Haryana polls and Jammu and Kashmir polls. It is on the other side the Bharatiya Janata Party. Remember that speech made by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the Red Fort, stating that all should come together for the simultaneous polls, as that was in their agenda for the 100 days to pass the Kovind panel report from the cabinet as well, and that's today the government has done. But on the other side, it is practicality, which will come down to the implementation panel, which has been also recommended by the Kovind panel report, and this will be soon be constituted, and how the logistical issues will be resolved, how this will come down to the ground, is something that the implementation panel will look into it. But as far as the political support is concerned, the support in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha, it needs 2/3 of the majority. Of course, practically it is possible in Lok Sabha. NDA has its numbers, and that's what the Kovind panel also had stated, that while taking the views from the political parties, almost 33 political parties, which are more or less of the NDA alliance, had supported it. 18 of the political parties from majorly from the India bloc had not supported it, and that's what they had come out in open and stated that they will not be supporting it. And in the states where they had their own state governments as well, that they will not pass it. But on the other side, it is in Rajya Sabha where 50% of majority, of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party has its at this point of time, but it's an evolving house. The numbers will change in the upcoming days as well. So whether the government will able to pass that in Rajya Sabha is something that remains to be seen. But the government is very clear, and they had made its intention right.
Yes.
After Modi 3.0 came into the power, the government reiterated its intention that they will pass it, and by 2029 they will implement this in this country.
All right. Thank you very much, Sunil and Aishwarya, for joining us. We're going to keep coming back to you for more on this story. But joining us on NDTV, PDT Achari, former Secretary General of the Lok Sabha. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us on NDTV. Your first reaction to the cabinet nor to one nation, one election?
See, holding elections simultaneously to assemblies and parliament is not a new thing. We used to have it from 1952 to almost till 1967 or something. So assembly and parliament elections used to be held simultaneously in those years. But after that, the parliament got dissolved. I mean, Lok Sabha got dissolved and prematurely, and after that, the whole cycle got broken. And thereafter, there was instability in many assemblies, and assemblies had to be dissolved, and elections had to be held, and all that. So that cycle could not have been restored at all. That is the present situation today. Actually, this, of course, we do not know the details of these proposals because it has been reported that the cabinet has approved the proposal, and they will be coming out with the details later.
Yes.
But on the basis of the report of this Ramnath Kovind committee, we can say that, you know, it involves enormous practical difficulties. For example, now in the present political situation, you know, it is very difficult to imagine that it is easy for any government to pass a constitution amendment bill in both the houses, because a constitution amendment bill is not an ordinary bill. It requires a special majority.
Yes.
The special majority is, in fact, there are two conditions. One is that it must have the majority of the total membership of the House.
Yes.
And 2/3 of the members present and voting.
Yes.
So these two conditions are to be fulfilled.
Yes.
And for that, you know, the government requires the help of the opposition. Without the help of the opposition, it is very difficult to get any bill through the House.
Yes.
Either in the Lok Sabha or in the Rajya Sabha.
Right.
So that is the first hurdle. That is a major hurdle.
Also,
But
so
after that,
50%
it needs to be
of the
ratified
states
by-
have to ratify it, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. It needs to be ratified by 50% of the assemblies.
Of the assembly.
That also is required.
Yes.
So these are some of the things, you know, which need to be we need to be addressed. And I do not know when the government says that it is going to be implemented very soon and so on. I really wonder whether it is possible at all to get out of the House, to pass it, to push it out of the House.
Right.
So that is
one side
that is what
of
I feel. That is my first take.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one side of the argument, of course, like you very rightly pointed out, is the practicality of how this plays out. You know, the fact that the cabinet nod is only the first sort of step, or rather just one more step in that direction. Essentially, there's a long road to go before this can actually become a reality. But I want to understand from you, sir, the larger implications of this. Because if you look at what the government says are the pros of this, which is, you know, the fact that it will improve efficiency, we will constantly not be in election mode, you know, model code of conduct, it will accelerate developmental work, etc., etc. The opposition, the parties who have opposed this, which is largely the India bloc, says that this threatens the federal structure of India's democracy. How do you look at that argument?
Well, so far as the question of cutting down on the election expenditure, etc., is concerned, in fact, you know, what is exactly the election expenditure? What does it consist of? Elections are conducted by the Election Commission. And the Election Commission's expenditure may be coming around 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 crores at the most. Now, the rest of the money is spent by the political parties. That's how it is. It is not going out of the government's coffers. What kind of saving the government has in mind, I do not know. In fact, it is very difficult for me to understand that. Then the second thing is that there is not much of an empirical evidence to prove what the government is saying, that there will be a huge lot of benefit and saving of money and that sort of thing.
Yes.
So in the absence of any empirical evidence, you know, it is difficult to say in favor of it or against it. So that is the position so far as the expenditure is concerned.
Yes.
Then I would say one thing, you know, periodic elections actually serves a very important purpose. One is that the leader will be able to connect with the people, reconnect with the people.
Okay.
Secondly, periodic elections, the government of the day will come to know what the people feel about that government, its performance, and so on.
Yes.
And then the government will get an opportunity to course correct.
Okay.
Which otherwise they won't be able to. In 5 years, they will not know what the people think about them or feel about them.
Right.
That is one advantage which I perceive in the elections which are held frequently, or that kind of thing. Otherwise, you will never know what the people feel. After 5 years, you will be meeting the people.
Okay.
I think the present system is much better than that.
Well, I think you've articulated that argument very well, both in terms of, theoretically how this is going to play out and whether or not it can be a reality by 2029, and also the political argument of going back to the people, to check on, what the mandate is at the moment, whether it is across states or local bodies. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on NDTV. I want to take this forward now with political representatives of both the BJP and the Congress joining us. We have Gopal Krishna Agarwal, National Spokesperson of the BJP, and Arshpreet joining us, National Spokesperson of the Congress. Thank you both very much for being with us. Mr. Agarwal, if I can begin by asking you, the first question that comes to mind about one nation, one election, and if the government is so serious about seeing it through and making it a reality in this term, is, how do you then justify a 5-phase long Lok Sabha election and not having Maharashtra and Jharkhand assembly elections right now, with the fact that Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir are going for elections? The practical question comes to mind first.
Definitely, there are certain questions about how this will be practically done.
Yes.
Ultimately, we have to understand that the difficulty in the implementation of something cannot be be the justification for not implementing forward-looking reforms. We have to see the history of one election, one nation, one election. Till 67, there was one election every time. But after that, the Election Commission in 1983 suggested that we should have one election. In 1999, the Law Commission said the same thing. In 2015 and 2018, the Standing Committee on Parliament said about the same thing. Then now the COVID panel has also recommended the same thing. So when there are institutions who give and take the practical aspects into consideration and decide. Now you can say, we can ask how from 1952 to 1967 the elections were held simultaneously.
Yes.
So the practicality is not a question. Difficulty in implementation, surely we agreed, but that doesn't justify that this reform should not take place. Second,
all right.
The second thing important is what the government and the panels and Law Commission have said, that the most important thing is cost. I was hearing this Parliament Secretary Saab, but what the government is saying and everybody is saying, that the good governance is at loss because of multiple elections. All political parties of any position in the government has to get involved into elections.
All right.
So time is wasted. Time is consumed, not wasted, but it is consumed. At different points of time. Second is important that the Achar Samhita, the Model Code of Conduct, restricts several decisions of good governance to be implemented and taken.
Okay.
So these are important things. Cost, it is one of the side factors.
Yes.
But most important is governance and time consuming.
Okay, I think those are some of the moot arguments that the government has made, and you've articulated them very well as well. Let me then take this to the Congress. There are several political parties, including the Congress led by the India Bloc specifically, 32 parties that favored it and 15 parties that oppose simultaneous polls, according to the Cowen panel report. What is the moot opposition that the Congress has?
Number one, the Bharatiya Janata Party is accustomed to doing blunders one after another. We saw them come up with demonetization, arbitrary decision. We are even till date bearing with the repercussions of that. Then we saw the black farm laws, because of which 700 farmers were martyred. Lakhimpur incident happened, 1 year was wasted. Then we saw.
Ashpreet, I'm gonna make a request to you. While I understand the larger argument you're making, I request you to stick to the merits of one nation, one election. It's important for our viewers to understand what the other side is. Please.
I of course am coming to that. I'm just telling you that the BJP has a pattern. They have a history of coming up with blunders. And this is
all right.
let's
stick to the moot point, please.
Coming to the moot point, if you would allow me, please. Number one, the Bharatiya Janata Party did not have an answer to the question of the Congress leaders. If you could not pull off an election in 4 to 5 states, you're having election in Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana, you could not add Maharashtra to it, you could not add Jharkhand to it, you could not add other states to it, which have the tenure ending around the same time. And when you could not pull it off in 4 to 5 states, I can't continue like this. If the BJP would not do...
Mr. Agarwal, let him complete his argument. I'll give you a chance to respond. Please, go ahead.
That is the problem with the Bharatiya Janata Party. They want to do their Man Ki Baat, do not want to listen to the people's Man Ki Baat. People do not want this. You don't ask them this. The problem with the Bharatiya Janata Party is they don't have an answer to this question. When you could not pull off an election in 5 states together, then how can you possibly do that in the entire nation? Number 2, the Bharatiya Janata Party should tell us, how would you streamline all the states into one? Because some states would have the election that happened maybe 6 months ago. Some would be at in a state the tenure might be 2 years, in some state it could be 3 years. How will you bring it all to one? How will you streamline all the states? It is not possible because you will be undermining the constitution. You will be violating the result that has been given by the people of India. So therefore, the Bharatiya Janata Party needs to tell that. And number 2, this violates federalism. This is against regional parties. The regional issues will suffer because of this. Because, the Bharatiya Janata Party, we know why they want to do this. Because Mr. Modi, instead of being the prime minister all the time, becomes a prime campaigner. His schedule, his time, it is all focused on campaigning. It's all focused on elections. Is all focused on votes, and least of it gets focused on the governance issue. We understand your problem. But feedback mechanism, election is the feedback mechanism, and people tell their mind through their votes. And if you want to do away with that, you are trying to do away with the power of the people. You are trying to do away with the rights of people.
Okay, Mr. Agarwal, I have 1 minute left. The Congress believes that this is a bid to over-centralize more government and less people coming into the picture. They are saying that this threatens the federal structure in a certain sense of the Indian democracy. How do you respond to that charge? That's a big charge.
I will just briefly say three points here. One point is that we could not hold the simultaneous election now at present. That is one more reason that we should have a constitutional provision for holding simultaneous
But you have to start walking the talk at some point. No, it was the first question that I asked you as well.
The one thing. Second important is that if the issue is difficult to implement, let the government decide how they will do it. The opposition should say conceptually we agree, but you also give us a roadmap how you will do it practically.
What of the tenure? What of the tenure?
No, let me complete the third question.
What of the tenure? Some state would be
let me do it. Let me answer your third question.
How will you streamline the tenure?
Let him answer. You post good questions. Let him answer.
Third important point is about the federal structure. Federal structure and issues. There will be different assembly election. Is a different candidate. He will fight on a different manifesto. He will talk on a different issues. I will just give one example. Why 1970?
Okay, I'm completely out of time, Mr. Agarwal, but there was another interesting question that the Congress spokesperson raised. What are you going to do if a house is dissolved? If this is to come into place, what are you going to do with the verdict that you get now from the people of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana to begin with, Maharashtra and Jharkhand to follow?
Exactly.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. So it is because if there is a problem with various elections at present, it is given in the panel that you hold the election in between for balance period. And I will also put one important point. why 356 article is misused.
Then how would you do it?
And again.
Maybe a state is at 1 year, other is at 4 years. How will you resolve it?
Okay.
How will you how will you dissolve it? They have been elected. They have been given the votes of people. You can't just dissolve them out of the blue. You'll be undermining the constitution and PILs will be
As much as I would like to continue this conversation, because you both raised several important points, I'm afraid I am completely out of time on this conversation. But very interesting points being raised by both political parties. There are several practical questions that still need to be answered. The devil, of course, lies in the details, which we will be accessing here and putting out for the viewer on NDTV. We'll continue to track the details of this story. Short break, a lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the south.
Welcome back. The Congress has released its manifesto ahead of the Haryana polls, in which the Congress has essentially promised 7 guarantees, including caste census. The Congress has also promised a legal guarantee for minimum support price to farmers, and also targeting women specifically. The Congress has promised a 2,000 rupee monthly aid for women in the state. Listen in to the political reactions.
इस गारंटी को रखे हैं नाम 7 वायदे पक्के इरादे। महिलाओं को शक्ति हर महीने 2,000 रुपए देने का हम वायदा कर रहे हैं। 500 रुपए गैस सिलेंडर के लिए हम देंगे। सामाजिक सुरक्षा को बल, जैसा कि बुढ़ापा पेंशन है।
Gurpreet joins us live with the very latest. Gurpreet, break it down for us. What is this 7 guarantees that the Congress is talking about, and also, any reactions coming into the manifesto?
Well, a very calculative step has been taken by the political party, and Congress has only announced 7 promises, 7 guarantees which they want to give to the people of Haryana if they are coming to power. Let's discuss about these 7 guarantees. We have seen they had touched the MSP. That is one of the main issue which is prevailing in the state, because they wanted to woo the section of farmers toward Congress. At the same time, they had also decided to give 6,000 pension to all the old people who are already getting the pension from the previous government, and that was less amount as compared to they had made announcement. At the same time, for attracting youth, we have seen unemployment was one of the major political issue in the state of Haryana, and specifically we have seen the Congress party is highlighting this unemployment again and again in the various pockets of Haryana while conducting this election campaign. What we have learned, around 2 lakh jobs they had given assurance to all the youth. At the same time, we have seen they had given a security to the women also by making an announcement saying they are going to give 2,000 rupees per house. So it seems that they are trying to take a very calculative measures and steps also, and they are also looking up other aspects also. One of the main poll plank which we can understand from these 7 guarantees, that is the 300 units electricity to all the residents of Haryana, because they feel this was a poll plank in Punjab which was used by Aam Aadmi Party, and the same thing they had repeated in Haryana also, because they wanted to touch every section of the society so that they will be able to woo all the voters with these guarantees which they had already given assurance. So let's see how they are going to give other guarantees in the coming days, but as of now it seems that they are trying to touch all the sections of the society so that they will be able to mount a big poll campaign in the coming days. Back to studio.
All right. Well, thanks very much, Gurpreet, for joining us with the very latest. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on that story. All right, let's now shift our focus to, well, voting that is underway in the first phase of the Jammu and Kashmir elections. Remember, the state will see 3 phases, and today is the first phase of the election. 50.65% is the voter turnout that has been recorded till 3 p.m., which is the highest voter turnout so far, has been recorded in Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir with 70.03% voter turnout, while the lowest in Pulwama with 36.9%. Now, the polling began at 7 a.m. and will continue till 6 p.m. this evening. We have, of course, our team of reporters who've been getting us the very latest from ground zero, but it's been heartening to see long queues since the morning. Jammu and Kashmir phase 1 of elections coming in at a time when there has been a recent spate of terror attacks in the valley. In fact, a lot of the seats that are seeing polling today have seen terror attacks take place recently, but it is a historic election in Jammu and Kashmir, the first assembly election after the abrogation of Article 370, the battle for 24 crucial seats that is in fact underway, and an over 50% voter turnout, at least till 3 p.m.
I'm happy that they've come here to cast their vote. और मैं सुबह से पोलिंग बूथ्स में जा रही हूँ. नौजवान जो हैं, खवातीन हैं, यंग लड़कियाँ, जो हमारी बुजुर्ग लेडीज हैं, बुजुर्ग आदमी, they are all coming out to cast their votes. Delhi should honor this mandate. Delhi should ensure that it's a free and fair, transparent election. पिछले 6 साल से यहाँ से बाबूडम चल रहा है. यहाँ लोगों के जो मसाइल है कोई हल नहीं कर रहा है. करप्शन इतनी है, धांधली इतनी है. एलजी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के अंडर आप देखिए कोई भी पोस्ट नहीं भरी है 2019 से. हमारे जो नौजवान लड़के हैं घर पे बैठे हैं, आप ड्रग्स में जा रहे हैं. सो इट्स अ गुड स्टेप, एंड बिकॉज दे आर शोइंग देयर फेथ इन डेमोक्रेसी, आई रियली अप्रिशिएट दैट. इट टेक्स अ लॉट फॉर देम टू शो फेथ आफ्टर द वे दिल्ली हैज अंडरमाइंड डेमोक्रेसी.
All right, well, shifting focus now to the south, where there is a big political buzz over the elevation of Udhayanidhi Stalin. Udhayanidhi Stalin, the son of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, is likely to be elevated to the position of Deputy Chief Minister. This, of course, is a big political elevation for M.K. Stalin's son, which is supposedly in the works. There's a high-level meeting of the DMK rank and file, which is underway at the DMK headquarters. However, Udhayanidhi Stalin, when he faced camera, said it is something that the Chief Minister will decide.
முதலமைச்சர் முடிவெடுப்பாருங்க, நீங்க முடிவெடுக்காதீங்க. தொண்டர்கள் விருப்பத்தை அவங்க தெரிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. நேற்று பழிமணிக்கம் அவர்கள் அது விருப்பத்தை தெரிவித்தாங்க. எதாக இருந்தாலும் என்றைக்குமே எல்லா அமைச்சர்களுமே முதலமைச்சருக்கு துணையாக தான் இருப்போம். இது வந்து முழுக்க முழுக்க முதலமைச்சருடைய தனிப்பட்ட முடிவு.
The elevation of Prince Udhayanidhi as Deputy Chief Minister signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu going forward. The upcoming Assembly 2026, DMK is all set to split into different factions, with couple of seniors going to revolt against these decisions. This is a clear example of dynasty rule in the name of democracy. Father, son, grandson and great-grandson clearly expose how big a liar M.K. Stalin is. Prior to the elections, in a TV show, he said neither his son-in-law nor his son will venture into politics. Now his son been given a ticket as MLA, made as a minister, now been elevated as a DCM, and all the plans to show him as the face of 2026 CM candidate for DMK clearly signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu.
Let's go right across to Sam Daniel joining us with the very latest. So Sam, stiff criticism already coming in from the quarters of the AIADMK, but what are you picking up in terms of the speculation around Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation?
Well, there is so much of speculation around the elevation of Udhayanidhi Stalin as the Deputy Chief Minister, Rishika, but nobody from the party or from the government is opening their mouth. But sources in the Raj Bhavan say they have not got any information in terms of either a cabinet reshuffle or in terms of adding new portfolios to Udhayanidhi Stalin or to redesignate him as Deputy Chief Minister. At the moment, the governor is expected to be at the Raj Bhavan, returning from his outstation trip a little later in the evening. If at all, any official announcement, if it happens, should come a little later from the Raj Bhavan. From the DMK side, this comes in a sense preparing for the 2026 assembly elections or using this as an excuse to elevate Udhayanidhi Stalin. In 2026, Tamil Nadu will have another star in the fray, Active Vijay, who has launched his party, the TVK. And sources in the DMK say this is, whenever it happens, is in preparation to that, to be able to counter to the popularity of Vijay, so that Udhayanidhi, being an actor himself in the past, will be able to reach out to and connect better with younger audience. Secondly, they justify, if it happens, that this would be in recognition of Udhayanidhi Stalin's contribution to the party. They say he had actively campaigned in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, in which the party had won all but one seat in Tamil Nadu. And in the 2021 assembly elections, which led to the DMK's coming back to power in the state, and in the 2024 recent Lok Sabha elections, in which the DMK alliance had won all the 40 seats in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Besides this, they say, as a youth wing leader within the party, he had also mobilized huge number of youngsters across Tamil Nadu signing up to be members of the party. In that way, he has contributed to the strengthening of the youth power in the party. But it's also opening to criticism, saying that the DMK is increasingly becoming not a democratic party, but in the name of democracy, they are furthering the interests of the family, furthering the cause of family politics and dynastic politics. They point out it was earlier Karnataka, then it became Stalin. Now the stage is set to bring in Udhayanidhi Stalin before the 2026 elections. But the DMK argues that Udhayanidhi Stalin, number one, is a democratically elected MLA, and the Chief Minister has his prerogative to appoint anyone as a minister or as a deputy. And there's nothing illegal, nothing wrong in that sense, they argue.
Well, absolutely. Will the people buy into the narrative of the opposition, or will they be happy with Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation? That's a question, Sam, that will only be answered in time. Thanks very much for joining us with the very latest. Let's shift our focus to news from neighbouring Karnataka now, where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has alleged a conspiracy. He's hinted at quote-unquote traitors within the party. The Karnataka Chief Minister's comment comes at a rally in Kalaburgi, where he compared himself to a freedom fighter. Now, this is, remember, an interesting comment that has been made by the Chief Minister amid the allegations against him in the Muda land scam. The Karnataka Chief Minister hinting at traitors within the Congress is a wheeled attack, essentially, on his own colleagues.
ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಸಂಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಯಣ್ಣ ಹಿಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಚಳ್ಳೆ ಹಣ್ಣು ತಿನ್ನಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ ಸಂಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಯಣ್ಣ. ಸಿಂಹ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ. ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮವರು ಸಂಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ರಾಯಣ್ಣನನ್ನ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಮನೆ ಮುರುಕರು ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವತ್ತು ಇದ್ರು, ಇವತ್ತು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮುಂದೆನೂ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡ? ಈಗಲೂ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ 2ನೇ ಸಾರಿ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ. ಬಡವರಿಗೆ, ದಲಿತರಿಗೆ, ಹಿಂದುಳಿದವರಿಗೆ, ಅಲ್ಪಸಂಖ್ಯಾತರಿಗೆ, ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ.
All right. Well, after Kerala and Karnataka, now the Me Too storm appears to have hit the state of Telangana with sexual harassment allegations against choreographer Johnny Master, who's now facing the heat. The Telangana Film Chamber has removed the choreographer against whom sexual harassment charges have been levelled by another female choreographer. She's filed a complaint with the Telangana Film Chamber, which has now taken action. Meanwhile, there is also a committee that has been formed to address the case, and the committee is likely to file an interim report.
Thanks very much for being with us. My first question to you, it's a similar pattern, something that we saw in the Kerala film industry as well, that these men with assault charges, these extremely powerful men, they occupy top positions in these film bodies, and that makes the entire redressal process almost a sham.
Yes, it's kind of like a scene out of Andhadhun, where you go to the police station and the perpetrator is the inspector himself. It's almost a theater of the absurd. But I think the question is in reverse, because only if you're in a place of power can you actually go forth and use that power, abuse that power to exploit people. If you were not in a position of power, if you were an upcoming dance choreographer yourself, who's going to even subject themselves to your advances? Who's going to even tolerate that? This, I'm not saying, and before an thorough investigation is completed, it is not fair for to label somebody, then it would be a witch hunt. But that said, at least in the choreographer's case, the girl, she's actually well known. We, out of decency, are not talking about her name here, but everybody knows. In the Telugu industry, the media is completely open about her name, what she's done. Her YouTube videos are being shared now, and they're viral. So everybody knows that this was a long-standing. I think this is somebody who won a dance competition, was offered the job of assistant to Johnny Master. She worked with him for almost 2 years.
She worked. We are not revealing anything about her identity, given the fact that she may have been a minor, when the charges came to that, and there's a POSO act against.
Not a minor.
Yes.
I don't think she was a minor at the time the first encounter may have taken place. I do believe that she won her dance competition and joined his services as a major only, but that is
besides
irrelevant.
the point, yes.
Anybody in a sexual assault case, you cannot be talking about the alleged victim's identity.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics,
Welcome back. Samad Paihande, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for persons with disabilities. This initiative now is a nationwide movement and is supported by many corporates across the country. Here's one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychological yours. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs. You have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports,
the Union Cabinet approves One Nation, One Election. The government says 80% of those consulted supported One Nation, One polls. The Congress hits out, says this is a diversionary poll gimmick, while other opposition leaders say this destroys federalism, compromises democracy. The Congress releases its manifesto ahead of the Haryana elections. The Congress promises 7 guarantees. Caste census as well is one of those guarantees. Congress also promises legal guarantee of MSP and 2,000 rupees monthly aid for women. A big NDTV exclusive, China's build-up near the Arunachal frontier. New Chinese heliport is being developed near the Arunachal frontier, while India counters Chinese build-up with massive infrastructure of its own. The first phase of polling is underway in Jammu and Kashmir, the first elections after 10 years and a battle for 24 seats in this first phase. 50.7% voter turnout recorded till 3 p.m. And SpiceJet's shocking revelation, unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crore. The airline says witnessing financial constraints. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story, an exclusive from NDTV. A new Chinese heliport is being constructed just 20 kilometers east of the line of actual control near the sensitive fishtails region of Arunachal Pradesh. This may give Chinese armed forces the ability to speedily move in military resources into an underdeveloped remote area along the Indo-Chinese frontier. While the heliport lies within Chinese territory that India does not dispute, its presence may be deeply problematic. It's over to Vishnu for the exclusive report.
Well, the heliport, images of which you see here, lies along the banks of the Gongri-Babuku River in the Tibetan Autonomous Region. This is within Chinese territory that India does not dispute. Before we share more details, this is the area. Let's go to the next page that we're actually talking about. And this is actually east of the sensitive fishtails region in Arunachal Pradesh. And what you see over here are Indian air bases in the region, in Arunachal Pradesh, in Assam as well. And these are Chinese bases which they have in the region. And this is where the new Chinese heliport has been constructed. But let's move to another image of this, because this is all in that very, very sensitive Fishtail 2 region. Now, this is in the far east of Arunachal Pradesh on the frontier with China. You can see the position of the new heliport. You can see the Fishtail 2 region and the Fishtail 1 region. It's called Fishtail because it's distinctive in this region. This is close to where, just 20 kilometers across in their territory, the Chinese have constructed this particular facility. And you've got many more details over here. What we are looking at over here are the hangars. Now, 3 of these hangars have already been constructed. There is a 4th which is being constructed over here. And there'll be 3 further hangars which are being constructed in this particular area. The air traffic control is going to be set up over here as well. We've got the apron area. And it is on this apron area in the bottom that you're going to have helicopters which are actually positioned. Let's go to the next image, which actually shows you the runway. So this is just south of what I was showing you. You've got 2 parallel taxiways over here. You've got this 600-meter runway, which is in the process of being constructed. This actually enables rolling takeoffs by helicopters in mountainous areas such as this. Helicopters sometimes roll for a takeoff because power available to them is actually lower. The next image actually shows you all of this. Now, right on top, the blue structures over there are the work sheds where work on this is actually taking place. It's just been in the last 9 months that all of this has taken place. The Chinese constructing at a very, very fast pace. The hangars that I told you about, the runway below it, and of course this is 20 kilometers from the line of actual control. Again, this is an area that India doesn't dispute. But let's bring you a few more details on why this is significant. Now, this is significant because over a period of time, the Chinese have been salami slicing into territory all across the frontier. They've been threatening the frontier in many senses. And while this is in an undisputed area, India needs to deal with the Chinese infrastructure built up on our sides. How exactly is India doing that? We are doing it through the Vibrant Villages Development Project. So if we move to this, this is announced by Amit Shah. It's the Vibrant Villages project, which targets 3,000 villages, not just in Arunachal Pradesh, but 4 states across the northeast of the country. 4,800 crore rupees has been allotted for the first phase of this project. And also separately, there is a 2,400 kilometer trans-Arunachal highway that is being completed that drastically reduces travel time, particularly in parts of eastern Arunachal Pradesh. But let's just go back one more time to the image that we are talking about. This has already been constructed. It represents a formidable infrastructure build-up in an area which has typically been underdeveloped. I'm talking once again about that Fishtails region on the very east of Arunachal Pradesh. How will India counter this? That needs to be seen.
All right, thanks so much, Vishnu, for joining us with that exclusive report. But now on to the big political story of the hour. And the Union Cabinet today approved the government's One Nation, One Election push, which proposes simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly elections with urban body and panchayat polls to be held within 100 days, accepting the report of a panel which was led by former President Ramnath Kovind. There is unanimous opinion that simultaneous polls beginning from 2029 should be held, is what the panel said, which included Home Minister Amit Shah, Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal, Senior Supreme Court Advocate Harish Salve, among other members. The panel did, though, call for a legally sustainable way to realign existing electoral cycles. It had been tasked with recommending solutions in case of a hung result, a no confidence motion or defection. Now, the government claimed that it had of the respondents, 80% were in favor of a one nation, one election, but the opposition has hit out, with the Congress calling it a diversionary poll gimmick ahead of elections, and others in the opposition saying it goes against federalism and democracy. According to the report, 32 parties favored the simultaneous elections while 15 parties opposed it.
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy.
चलने वाला नहीं है, ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब आते कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको, ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए, इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं, और इसीलिए और पूरे देश के लोग कोई मानने वाले भी नहीं हैं.
One nation, one election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions. देखिए, बहुत जल्दी विपक्ष में भी उनके अंदर से आंतरिक दबाव बनने न लग जाए कहीं, क्योंकि देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट दिया है.
हमारे भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी. उसने एक रिपोर्ट दी और रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सौंपी थी, और उसके बाद उस पे आप निश्चित मानिए एक अध्ययन भी चल रहा है, और हमारा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो एजेंडा था, जो संकल्प पत्र था, उसमें भी इसका उल्लेख है. हमारे एनडीए के साथियों से भी हम इसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और इसमें ये जो मोदी 3.0 का जो कालखंड है, इसी कालखंड में ये निश्चित रूप से आएगा भी, निश्चित रूप से आएगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है.
सरकार ने कहा है कि जब हाई लेवल कमेटी ने इस पर इनपुट्स लिए थे तो 80% लोगों ने इसका समर्थन किया, और जब उनसे ये पूछा गया अश्विनी वैष्णव से कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने इसका विरोध किया है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए, हमें उम्मीद है कि विपक्ष में भी जब इस पर चर्चा होगी तो दबाव बनेगा विपक्ष पर.
बड़ी बात कर रहे हैं. 80% कहाँ हुआ भाई? जिस देश में सेंसस नहीं हुआ, कौन किस 80% से बात किया? भाजपा दफ्तर में बैठ के बात किया, अपने सहयोगियों से बात किया. आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं. 80%, which 80%? Where do they belong to? Did they come to me? Did they come to ordinary people? The rickshaw pullers, the vendors, farmers, SC, ST, OBC, poor? नहीं ना. तो ये कहानियां 80% लोग, ये तो उसी तरह की बात हो गई कि फलाने साहब से सैंपल सर्वे के प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे थे कि 400 पार हो रही. हुआ क्या? 240 के लाले पड़ गए. तो मेरा मानना है कि गंभीर विषयों पर ना गंभीर बातचीत, ये हल्की फुल्की बातचीत के लिए नहीं कि तोते की तरह सारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर चालू हो गए. आप ये बताओ कि क्या व्यवस्था है कि चुनाव हुआ, मान लो पूरे सारे राज्यों में और केंद्र में, और फलाने 2 राज्यों में ये दिक्कत आई, क्या करिएगा?
All right, let's go across to our reporters now. We're joined by Sunil and Aishwarya. And Sunil, first to you. So what happens next? We're expecting this to be brought in at the winter session, and this will only be implemented post 2029?
That's what the Cohen report says, and that's what the cabinet has given approval, unless they decide and have a change of mind. As of now, you'll have an implementation committee. You'll have, trying to create a narrative across the country. So that's the message that they will try to do. And of course, then the legislative framework of how to go about that entire process. There is a number of changes that have to be done, some in one article. So at least 5 to 6 constitutional amendments are required. Only one constitutional amendment requires the ratification of 50% of the states. That relates to one nation, one electoral poll, one electoral roll. So if you want to have the same electoral roll for elections in Lok Sabha as well as in the state as well as in the panchayat, then the election commission needs that mandate, and it has to be mandated by the constitution, and subsequent amendments will have to be done, and for that you'll need the ratification of 50% of the states. But the Cohen committee, as per their legal, after consultation with legal luminaries, have said that this, other changes, for example, the cutting the duration of the House, the appointed date, how they go about that entire process in terms of ensuring that there will be simultaneous election, can be done with mere ratification of 2/3 of the House in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. What does that mean? Technically, you need approximately 350 to 360 in the Lok Sabha, and it has to be at least 2/3 of that in the Lok Sabha, and at least half have to be present. So it's a dynamic process because we can't really say what will be the number. Suppose somebody walks out, so it's different, and the same with the Rajya Sabha. But having said that, that ratification is critical before you go about that entire process. It's a long road. There are, as you can see, the numbers at present in the Lok Sabha are extremely difficult because the NDA has a majority of 290. There are opposition from the India bloc as well as other parties, unless Prime Minister Narendra Modi is able to break ranks within the India and ensure they get bipartisan support both in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. It's going to be a long way forward. This also will have to take into account at a later stage what is going to be the women's reservation bill, which has been passed with the census, and then of course the other process of delimitation that will be required to be done. So it's a long road, it's a lot of steps, a lot of political consensus at the present juncture, and already the voices of opposition, even before the formal announcement could be made, could be heard in New Delhi.
That's right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for that. And Aishwarya, if you talk about the politics over it, the Congress has already hit out, calling it an election gimmick, a diversionary, move by the government. The government saying that this is something that will economically benefit the country. Even Asad Owaisi has hit out, saying that this is something that goes against the federal structure and against democracy.
Well, the recommendations that were sought by the political parties across the political spectrum, the government claims that 80% had made their consensus towards the one nation, one election. But majorly, it was almost 33 of the political parties, which are the NDA allies, supported it. And more than 17 political parties, which are in the India bloc, had completely denied it, and they were against the one nation, one election. Political war of words had already begun. It is Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who had said that the Bharatiya Janata Party had no real issues, and therefore the reason, just before the Haryana polls and the Jammu and Kashmir polls which are underway, this attempt to divert the entire attention had been taken up once again by the government. It is Ashwini Vaishnav who categorically stated that during the next course of 5 years, till 2029, they will be making consensus among the political parties in the oppositions as well. Because remember, as our colleague mentioned, that 2/3 of the majority is needed in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha to pass the bill. Now, it is the opposition parties who will also, who had made their mind. Of course, in the past, we have seen in the parliament how there had been several bills that were completely, taken back, and there were U-turns in some of the bills that were brought by the government. The opposition had been firmly against any of such issues that had been brought by the government, and the opposition parties have made it very clear. But the government intention from day one, remember that speech by Prime Minister from the Red Fort, who had said that each and everyone should come together to implement one nation, one election, because this will help the government to implement its policies better on ground. This will reduce the cost of the elections as well, and certainly this will also have a good, combination of strategic planning as far as the state government, the central government in the upcoming years as well. And therefore the reason this is very important, and that's the agenda that government was thinking of for 100 days. Now, very importantly for our viewers, today in the cabinet meeting, this recommendation of the higher level committee of One Nation, One Election has just been accepted, and it has not been approved. Remember, this committee report had already been submitted to President of India earlier, and this has now been accepted. Further implementation panel will be constituted, and to have a practical approach to it that will think upon it and how to go ahead is something that is a tough task for the government. That's what also the experts are clearly stating.
All right, and already, as we said, opposition calling it a diversionary electoral gimmick. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details and the politics now playing out over this announcement by the government. Well, moving on to news of the Haryana elections, the Congress today released its manifesto for the upcoming assembly polls. The Grand Old Party announced 7 guarantees in its election blueprint. Remember, these guarantees have become something of a part and parcel of electoral announcements by the Congress Party. Making the announcement, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge outlined that the manifesto will focus on providing benefits to families, empowering women, supporting the youth, strengthening social security, and improving lives of backward classes, farmers, and the poor.
हम इस गारंटी को रखे हैं नाम 7 वायदे पक्के इरादे। महिलाओं को शक्ति, हर महीने 2000 रुपए देने का हम वायदा कर रहे हैं। 500 रुपए गैस सिलेंडर के लिए हम देंगे। सामाजिक सुरक्षा को बल, जैसा कि बुढ़ापा पेंशन है, दिव्यांग पेंशन है, विधवा पेंशन है और ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम।
Very calculative step has been taken by the political party, and Congress has only announced 7 promises, 7 guarantees which they want to give to the people of Haryana if they are coming to power. Let's discuss about these 7 guarantees. We have seen they had touched the MSP. That is one of the main issue which is prevailing in the state, because they wanted to woo the section of farmers toward Congress. At the same time, they had also decided to give 6,000 pension to all the old people who are already getting the pension from the previous government, and that was less amount as compared to they had made announcement. At the same time, for attracting youth, we have seen unemployment was one of the major political issue in the state of Haryana, and specifically we have seen the Congress party is highlighting this unemployment again and again in the various pockets of Haryana while conducting this election campaign. What we have learned, around 2 lakh jobs they had given assurance to all the youth. At the same time, we have seen they had given a security to the women also by making an announcement saying they are going to give 2,000 rupees per house. So it seems that they are trying to take a very calculative measures and steps also, and they are also looking up other aspects also. One of the main poll plank which we can understand from these 7 guarantees, that is the 300 units electricity to all the residents of Haryana, because they feel this was a poll plank in Punjab which was used by Aam Aadmi Party, and the same thing they had repeated in Haryana also, because they wanted to touch every section of the society so that they will be able to woo all the voters with these guarantees which they had already given assurance. So let's see how they are going to give other guarantees in the coming days, but as of now it seems that they are trying to touch all the sections of the society so that they will be able to mount a big poll campaign in the coming days.
And it's the last hour of polling in the first phase of elections in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where the polling began at 7 this morning. It will end at 6 o'clock. The overall voter turnout as of 3 p.m. was 50.65%, and the highest voter turnout so far has been recorded in Kishtwar district with 70.03%, and the lowest has been in Pulwama with 36.90%. Remember, the electoral process, they're returning to Jammu and Kashmir. The assembly elections are taking place after 10 years of there being no elections, and of course Jammu and Kashmir changing from state to union territory. Iltija Mufti, who is making her electoral debut in this phase, said that the youth is excited. She spoke about how senior citizens and even young girls are coming out to cast their vote.
I'm happy that they've come here to cast their vote. और मैं सुबह से पोलिंग बूथ्स में जा रही हूँ. नौजवान जो हैं, खवातीन हैं, यंग लड़कियाँ, जो हमारी बुजुर्ग लेडीज हैं, बुजुर्ग आदमी, they are all coming out to cast their votes. Delhi should honor this mandate. Delhi should ensure that it's a free and fair, transparent election. पिछले 6 साल से यहाँ से बाबूडम चल रहा है. यहाँ लोगों के जो मसाइल है कोई हल नहीं कर रहा है. करप्शन इतनी है, धांधली इतनी है. LG एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के अंडर आप देखिए कोई भी पोस्ट नहीं भरी है 2019 से. हमारे जो नौजवान लड़के हैं घर पे बैठे हैं, आप ड्रग्स में जा रहे हैं. So it's a good step, and because they're showing their faith in democracy, I really appreciate that. It takes a lot for them to show faith after the way Delhi has undermined democracy.
A former minister, a former legislator has survived more than dozen militant attacks, and her father was also killed by militants in Jammu and Kashmir. Sakina ji, जब आप आज देखते हैं कि ये इलेक्शन बिला किसी बंदूक के खौफ के, बाइकआउट कॉल के, किसी डर के बगैर, और वो पॉलिटिशियन जिसने इतना सहा इतने बड़े अटैक्स, आपके मुझे मालूम है आपका घर जैसे बंकर
जी. मुझे याद है 2002 का इलेक्शन, उसमें कम से कम 10 से 15 अटैक्स जो है मेरे ऊपर हुए हैं. उससे पहले भी कई अटैक हुए, और वो इलेक्शन में लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि अब कैंपेनिंग के लिए मत निकलो, क्योंकि जितनी बार मैं निकली उतनी बार माइन ब्लास्ट, उसमें 2-4 लोग जो हैं वो उनकी डेथ भी हो गई, CRPF के भी, सिविल पुलिस के भी. तो फिर मैं निकली नहीं. उसके बाद लोगों ने खुद मुझे वोट डाला, लेकिन वो इलेक्शन बहुत टफ था और बहुत अटैक्स हुए. जहाँ तक आज के इलेक्शन का सवाल है, ये इलेक्शन ठीक है, नॉर्मल है, और लोगों की इतनी बड़ी तादाद है, लोग इतनी बड़ी तादाद में बाहर आ रहे हैं, वोट दे रहे हैं. आपने खुद देखा है, और मैं भी कई एरियाज़ में गई जहां मैंने देखा है बड़ी बड़ी लंबी लाइनें हैं.
और इस आपके हमारे पीछे जो पोलिंग बूथ है उसमें पहले 60% 1 बजे तक की 60% वोटिंग हुई है
जी. क्योंकि आपने खुद 10 बरसों में देखा होगा, 10 बरसों में लोग तरसते थे कि कब वो टाइम आएगा कि जब हम असेंबली इलेक्शन के लिए वोट डालेंगे. और जहां हम जाते थे लोग हमसे यही पूछते थे असेंबली इलेक्शन होगा नहीं होगा. लेकिन लोग जो हैं अब इस इलेक्शन के लिए बहुत जोश खरोश से बाहर आए, लंबी लंबी कतारें पकड़ी.
Now, special booths were set up for Kashmiris to cast their vote here in Delhi. NDTV's Tanushka caught up with some of those who'd come out to cast their vote.
You just cast your vote. What were the facilities like inside? What is the polling arrangement like inside? Is this the first time that, a polling booth has been set up like this in Delhi?
No, it is a fantastic, I can say the Election Commission have done a commendable job. I should appreciate this, and it is a privilege to Kashmiri Pandits that we have been provided the 4 polling booths. But having said that, but we have the numbers in less, but they are irrespective of that, we have the technicalities, flaws created by the successive regimes earlier, M-Farm. That should be eradicated. That should not be. If you have the epic number, you just show your identity and cast your vote by the voter list. That is not the procedure here. Otherwise, the system is very good.
What is the pulse here of, the voting? How was the process inside?
It was very smooth, and being the first time voter, especially for Kashmir, we all were very excited. And for 3 of us, it was the first time. I think our mom, she has voted earlier as well. But for us, it was nostalgia, a moment of pride as well, to be giving that vote, the right that we have. So yes, obviously we were excited. The process is very smooth. people are very helpful. The officials there are very helpful. So we just went there and casted our vote. So yeah.
और आपने पहली बार जम्मू कश्मीर इलेक्शंस के लिए दिल्ली से वोट दिया?
यस, फर्स्ट टाइम। ये बहुत अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी है हर किसी के लिए। लाइक हमारे पास कोई रीज़न नहीं है वोट ना देने का। वो हमारी प्लेस पे आके हमें हेल्प कर रहे हैं वोट देने के लिए। मैं सबको अर्ज करूँगी जो भी है, एवरीबडी शुड गो एंड कास्ट देयर वोट्स। हमारे ऑफिस की तरफ से भी काफ़ी स्मूथनेस है। यू कैन गो एंड वोटिंग के लिए कभी मना नहीं है, तो सब लोगों को जाना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. So these were some young women voters, and they said that they are first time voters in the Jammu Kashmir elections. This is historic elections also because it's happening after so many years, and what the voters at this point are articulating is that they're definitely very excited and looking forward to someone who can reclaim Jammu and Kashmir in a way in which they can also go back to Jammu Kashmir and live in the place where they were born. With camera person Kamal Khan, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
All right, so Kashmiris coming out to cast their vote here in Delhi, where polling booths were set up. Let's go across to Nazir now. And Nazir, it's the last, half hour left of this phase of the elections there in Jammu and Kashmir. Take us through, what you've been hearing so far. What's the voter turnout been like?
Well, it is just half an hour left for the completion of the voting, today's voting. It was moderate to brisk polling across 24 assembly constituencies across Jammu and Kashmir, across 7 districts of Jammu and Kashmir today. And the voters have rather sealed the fate of 219 candidates. Around 40% of them are independents. So it's not first time that you have such a large number of independents, where I remember in 2008, there was much number independents were much higher in number. Having said that, this is the first election after abrogation of Article 370, first election in the Union Territory in the history of Jammu and Kashmir, and first election after a long gap of 10 years, assembly election. So there was enthusiasm since morning. People were waiting in long queues, waiting for their turn to cast their vote, which we showed through the day. Right now, almost this village in the Anantnag district's Bijbehara area is done with voting. It just looks one or two people coming now. They come and one by one cast their vote. So largely by 4, the vote percentage was 50. It's expected to cross the last voting percentage in 2014. And through the day, what was the best thing is that, it was completely peaceful, without fear of violence, without fear of boycott calls. And clearly it was a relaxed atmosphere, even as massive security arrangements have been made as a precautionary measure which is being done across the country, and the security forces are more sensitive about Jammu and Kashmir, that they don't want any wrong message to go from here, that too on a polling day. Having said that, there have been, challenges on the south of Pir Panjal, where we have seen recent spurt in the terror attacks, particularly on the army. So the challenge for the security force was to keep militants at bay, not allow to disturb the poll process. So fortunately, it has been one very participative, brisk polling. At the same time, anybody who came out of their own will, and it's essentially a four-cornered contest, if we say so, for NC Congress Alliance, then PDP and the BJP. So they are contesting, and in some parts BJP is strong, particularly in the Doda Kishtwar region, and in South Kashmir, these 16 seats, BJP doesn't have much, foothold in this area, but they are contesting several seats here in South Kashmir in this first phase as well. So very, very interesting election, which will also send a message, its results, whether people are happy with the old Kashmir or what they say, Naya Kashmir post-abrogation of the Article 370, and people say, look, they will send a message what they want. In this whole election process, regional parties wanted the restoration of Article 370. They demanded restoration of statehood. BJP is saying, we are giving back statehood. Why the opposition is demanding so? But the good thing is today, it is the victory of democracy in Kashmir. I spoke to National Conference leader Sakina Yuttu. She has been a brave lady, regardless of her politics, who have suffered 15 militant attacks and was once injured as well. Her father and uncle were also killed by militants. Yet she did not leave the place, her home. And she stood not only they are with the people, but for the democracy. And finally, we see even those parties who are boycotting elections like Jamaat Islami, they are participating in this election as well. And that, she said, is the victory of democracy.
Right, absolutely. Thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us. And just about half an hour left for the polling to close. And as Nazir said, the good news really is, besides, at 3 o'clock, the voter turnout was over 50%, is that it has been peaceful largely across all the 24 seats that have gone to polls today. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The Union Cabinet approves One Nation, One Election.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports,
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change on 19th September, only on NDTV Network.
The 18th of September will be one of the most watched days for global markets. A turning point that could change the course of the financial markets and economies. The big shift is coming. It's not about if, it's about how much. Will the Fed cut rates by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? What will the impact on India be? Catch all the action live on NDTV Profit.
New day, new show, a new experience. Started.
Welcome back. The big story we're tracking. The Union Cabinet today approved the government's One Nation, One Election push, which proposes simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly elections. The opposition, however, has hit out. Let's listen in to what Asaduddin Owaisi has to say.
ये तो लग रहा है कि हरियाणा बुरी तरह हारने वाले हैं बीजेपी और फिर लगता है कि कश्मीर में इनका खाता नहीं खुलेगा जम्मू में मुकाबला होगा अगर जम्मू के मुसलमान मुत्तहदा तौर पर वोट का इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो वहां पर भी इनका बहुत बड़ा लॉस होने जा रहा है हरियाणा में तो बुरा हाल है जितना हम सुन रहे हैं खुद बीजेपी में रिवोल्ट है
सर आपके शहर हैदराबाद में एक बड़ी घटना घटी है केटीआर ने ट्वीट करके भी बताया है 68 बच्चों का मौत हुआ है गांधी हॉस्पिटल में और उससे ज्यादा कई महिलाएं टोटल 70 के करीब मौतें हुई हैं सिर्फ अगस्त के महीने में तो आप इस
नहीं वो बोलना क्या चाह रहे वो
उन्होंने सवाल उठाया कि इतनी मौतें कैसे
नहीं
एक महीने में
एक नहीं तो कैसे मौत हुई वो बोल रहे हैं वो रीजन बता रहे हैं क्यों मौत हुई है हाँ? नहीं वो बता रहे हैं कि क्यों मौत हुई है भाई अस्पताल में कोई जीता भी है अगर कि डॉक्टर्स की नेग्लिजेंस है तो यकीनन इंक्वायरी होगी ना अस्पताल में अगर कोई इंतकाल हो रहा है किसी का तो नेग्लिजेंस है तो बताइए वो बोल सकते हैं मेरे को तो मैं देखा नहीं उनका क्या वो ट्वीट किए क्या वो एक्स पे किए क्या अच्छा एक्स पे किए
और उन्होंने पार्टी की फैक्ट फाइंडिंग कमेटी बनाई है जो जाके वहां हॉस्पिटल में
All right, so the government claiming that 80% of those who were spoken to by the panel led by former President Ramnath Kovind, that they were in favor of one nation, one poll. However, the opposition has hit out. The Congress has claimed that this is a diversionary election gimmick, while the other opposition parties have said it goes against democracy, goes against federalism. Now, according to the panel report, 32 parties were in favor of simultaneous polls, while 15 parties had opposed it. Let's just listen in to what the government had to say as well as some of the opposition voices.
A large number of political parties across the political spectrum have actually supported the One Nation, One Election initiative. When they interacted with the high-level committee, they gave their inputs in a very succinct manner, with a lot of clarity. Our government believes in creating a consensus on items which affect our democracy.
चलने वाला नहीं है ये सिर्फ चुनाव जब आते कोई ना कोई कुछ मुद्दा नहीं मिल रहा उनको ऐसी चीजें बात करने के लिए इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो बात करते हैं और इसीलिए और पूरे देश के लोग कोई मानने वाले भी नहीं हैं
One nation, one election was a thought which was announced well before the general elections of 2024. So anybody who's saying that it because of the election results The election results have actually given us a historic mandate, and that's why we are able to take such historic decisions. देखिए बहुत जल्दी विपक्ष में भी उनके अंदर से आंतरिक दबाव बनने न लग जाए कहीं, क्योंकि देश में करीब 80% of the respondents who responded during the consultation process, 80% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने इसको बहुत पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट दिया है.
हमारे भूतपूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी. उसने एक रिपोर्ट दी और रिपोर्ट राष्ट्रपति जी को सौंपी थी, और उसके बाद उस पर आप निश्चित मानिए एक अध्ययन भी चल रहा है, और हमारा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो एजेंडा था, जो संकल्प पत्र था, उसमें भी इसका उल्लेख है. हमारे एनडीए के साथियों से भी हम इसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और इसमें ये जो मोदी 3.0 का जो कालखंड है, इसी कालखंड में ये निश्चित रूप से आएगा, भी निश्चित रूप से आएगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है.
सरकार ने कहा है कि जब हाई लेवल कमेटी ने इस पर इनपुट्स लिए थे तो 80% लोगों ने इसका समर्थन किया, और जब उनसे ये पूछा गया अश्विनी वैष्णव से कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने इसका विरोध किया है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए हमें उम्मीद है कि विपक्ष में भी जब इस पर चर्चा होगी तो दबाव बनेगा विपक्ष पर.
बड़ी बात कर रहे हैं. 80% कहाँ हुआ भाई? जिस देश में सेंसस नहीं हुआ, कौन किस 80% से बात किया? भाजपा दफ्तर में बैठ के बात किया, अपने सहयोगियों से बात किया. आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं. 80%, which 80%? Where do they belong to? Did they come to me? Did they come to ordinary people? The rickshaw pullers, the vendors, farmers, SC, ST, OBC, poor? नहीं ना. तो ये कहानियां 80% लोग, ये तो उसी तरह की बात हो गई कि फलाने साहब सैंपल सर्वे के प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे थे कि 400 पार हो रही. हुआ क्या? 240 के लाले पड़ गए. तो मेरा मानना है कि गंभीर विषयों पर ना गंभीर बातचीत हो. ये हल्की फुल्की बातचीत के लिए नहीं कि तोते की तरह सारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर चालू हो गए. आप ये बताओ कि क्या व्यवस्था है कि चुनाव हुआ, मान लो पूरे सारे राज्यों में और केंद्र में, और फलाने 2 राज्यों में ये दिक्कत आई, क्या करिएगा?
In other news now, Udhayanidhi Stalin, son of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and State Sports Minister, is set to be promoted to Deputy Chief Minister's post, is what sources told NDTV, indicating that a formal announcement is expected from the governor. But Udhayanidhi himself played it down. Speaking to the media earlier today, he said, "You have to ask the Chief Minister. It is totally the Chief Minister's right to decide about it."
முதலமைச்சர் முடிவெடுப்பாருங்க, நீங்கள் முடிவெடுக்காதீங்க. தொண்டர்கள் விருப்பத்தை அவங்க தெரிவிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. நேற்று பணிமாணிக்கம் அவர்கள் அது விருப்பத்தை தெரிவித்தாங்க. எதாக இருந்தாலும் என்றைக்குமே எல்லா அமைச்சர்களுமே முதலமைச்சருக்கு துணையாக தான் இருப்போம். இது வந்து முழுக்க முழுக்க முதலமைச்சருடைய தனிப்பட்ட முடிவு.
The elevation of Prince Udhayanidhi as Deputy Chief Minister signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu going forward. The upcoming Assembly 2026, DMK is all set to split into different factions, with couple of seniors going to revolt against this decisions. This is a clear example of dynasty rule in the name of democracy. Father, son, grandson and great-grandson clearly expose how big a liar M.K. Stalin is. Prior to the elections, in a TV show, he said neither his son-in-law nor will venture into politics. Now his son been given a ticket as MLA, made as a minister, now been elevated as a DCM, and all the plans to show him as the face of 2026 CM candidate for DMK clearly signals and marks the end of DMK in Tamil Nadu.
Let's go across to Sam Daniel now for more. And Sam, earlier this morning it seemed very imminent that this elevation was going to happen. Udhayanidhi himself playing it down. So what are you hearing? When are we expecting this move to take place?
Well, Gargi, we should clarify there was no formal word either from the party, from credible sources or from the government, but this was largely speculative. But for quite some time, over the last several months, there's been a strong buzz that the party could elevate Udhayanidhi Stalin as Deputy Chief Minister, who's now the Sports Minister. At the moment, there is no word yet, either from the Tamil Nadu government or from the Raj Bhavan, from where your formal response, a formal communication is normally expected when there is a cabinet reshuffle or a change in portfolios. And if everything goes well, then Udhayanidhi could be upgraded or elevated as Deputy Chief Minister. And the party claims that he has earned this. He has been a key face of the party's campaign in getting that huge win in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections and 2024 Lok Sabha elections, where the party recently had swept polls, winning all 40 seats in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. And they also say, as sports minister, he has been able to turn Chennai into a sporting hub, beginning from the chess Olympiad before he became the minister, in which he was involved. Later, bringing Formula 4 and other Asian-level hockey to Chennai, and also the beach volleyball games. And they say at the party level, his entry or his elevation is required because in the 2026 assembly elections, the DMK would also be facing the popular star Vijay, making his debut in politics, and he has a huge following, fan following. To counter him, they say a younger leader like Udhayanidhi Stalin is required in the party, and that's how they justify. But again, this elevation, if it happens, would trigger criticism that the DMK, one after the other, is promoting family politics, dynastic politics. It began with Karnataka, the MK Stalin, and now the stage is being set for Udhayanidhi Stalin's elevation, possibly to take over the party, and if at all the government comes again to power next time, to become the chief minister as well. And they deny that this is family politics. They say that he has been democratically elected as an MLA, and now it's the chief minister's prerogative if he decides to elevate him as his deputy in the government.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. Now, some aviation news and a shocking revelation from a flyer SpiceJet. Unpaid and disputed dues of SpiceJet amount to nearly 800 crore, and SpiceJet has admitted to these tough times, saying witnessing constrained financial position. NDTV Sakshi reports.
SpiceJet has unpaid and disputed dues at nearly 800 crores. This as per a latest disclosure on the stock exchange on BSE. Now, these dues have not been paid. Dues are, of course, these are dues that have not been paid and disputed dues at large since the assessment year 2010. SpiceJet in the release says that, look, unpaid dues are due to constrained financial position, and they really are facing a constrained financial position, and therefore this is what the dues look like. And the disclosure also says that, look, 36 aircraft have been grounded, primarily due to alleged default. Revelations are part of SpiceJet's preliminary placement document, remember. SpiceJet plans to raise up to 3,000 crores via qualified institutional placement process, and SpiceJet's operational fleet drastically decreased really from 74 aircraft in 2019 to just 28 in 2024. So this really a sign of troubled times. While NDTV has reached out to SpiceJet for a comment, a clarification, we are yet to hear from them. But the fact that this disclosure is coming in at a time when already the airline is witnessing a drastic reduction in its fleet size is really call for troubled times.
Now, a Me Too storm in the south, and after Kerala, then Karnataka, now it is in Telangana as well, where a controversy has broken out after Telugu choreographer Johnny Master has been accused of sexual harassment. The Telangana Film Chamber has removed him and they removed the choreographer who's been charged with sexual assault. Let's just listen in to what Kasturi Shankar had to say.
Kasturi, thanks very much for being with us. My first question to you, it's a similar pattern, something that we saw in the Kerala film industry as well, that these men with assault charges, these extremely powerful men, they occupy top positions in these film bodies, and that makes the entire redressal process almost a sham.
Yes, it's kind of like a scene out of Andhadhun, where you go to the police station and the perpetrator is the inspector himself. It's almost a theater of the absurd. But I think the question is in reverse, because only if you're in a place of power can you actually go forth and use that power, abuse that power to exploit people? If you were not in a position of power, if you were an upcoming dance choreographer yourself, who's going to even subject themselves to your advances? Who's going to even tolerate that? This, I'm not saying, and before an thorough investigation is completed, it is not fair for to label somebody, then it would be a witch hunt. But that said, at least in the choreographer's case, the girl, she's actually well known. We, out of decency, are not talking about her name here, but everybody knows. In the Telugu industry, the media is completely open about her name, what she's done. Her YouTube videos are being shared now, and they're viral. So everybody knows that this was a long-standing. I think this is somebody who won a dance competition, was offered the job of assistant to Johnny Master. She worked with him for almost 2 years. She worked.
We are not revealing anything about her identity, given the fact that she may have been a minor, when the charges came to that, and there's a POSO act against.
Not a minor.
Yes.
I don't think she was a minor at the time the first encounter may have taken place. I do believe that she won her dance competition and joined his services as a major only, but that is
besides
irrelevant.
the point, yes.
Anybody in a sexual assault case, you cannot be talking about the alleged victim's identity.
And finally, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for persons with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement and supported by many corporates across the country. Here's one such voice.
I should congratulate NDTV for partnering with Hyundai in this very important activity. And I think employment for PWDs and working for affirmative action on this community should come from the heart. There are two things required. One is the infrastructure, for example, ramps, lifts. Second is psychologically also. See, we have to see from their minds. Some of them are very huge, good skills. God has given like this, especially in PWDs, because you have less of one thing, but you have more of other thing. So they are very good in creative skills sometimes, and it actually aids the company. So I think that way, I think the whole culture has to be now that this PW employment, I'm not talking PWD, is not a charity. It is something which is good for you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, business, sports, entertainment, influencer. Yuva, Youth for Change, on 19 September, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on